All right. Okay. So I was talking about the quick access toolbar. So there are a couple of cool features also, which at times I use. And one of them is commands not in ribbon and auto format. Oops. Cancel. Customize quick access toolbar. Commands not in the ribbon and auto format. So what an auto format does, let's say this is a table. I created a table and I want to quickly format it. What's the quickest way of formatting a table? Not an Excel table, but it's a regular table. And you want to just do a quick format, the entire table.
Control 1.
And that is one way of doing it, where you go and pick and select the borders and all that. Another way of is I can use this auto format and it gives me different templates or different options. So I can use this also. So it helps me quickly format. So you can use this feature as well if you really don't want to spend time and you want to just quickly give it a format. So the template is already available here in the auto format. So customize quick access toolbar, commands not in the ribbon. Just below auto filter, you have this auto format. This can save some time. Okay. That's one. Second, last session there was a question around protection, how we can protect the sheet so that people cannot change the formula or the text. Do you know how to do that?
Vivek, can you go that last one again? Because I'm just customizing the quick access toolbar. So it's a format sales, right?
No, commands not in the ribbon, auto format.
Commands not in the ribbon. Auto format. Okay, auto format. And I have to add it in a ribbon.
Yeah.
And then it's okay. Okay, now it's done.
You guys can see my screen updating, right? It's
Okay. Yes, done, Vivek, done.
sorry, I briefly got disconnected. Right, moving to uh, the second feature, which you should also know, is how to protect your data. And when I say protection, so there are two things. One is if someone has opened your file, they should not be able to make changes. Do you know how to do this? So right now I can delete or I can change it. I don't want people to make changes. So I can delete it.
We can do it by locking, I guess, protecting something.
Something. It's not some. That
Your
there is a feature.
protection, because sometimes we receive, some where we cannot edit the things. So all those sheets are protected.
Yeah. So how to do that is what I want. Key. These cells are locked, but one can make changes here. So what I'll do is I'll select this and I'll click on. So I'll select those cells where I want the users to make changes. I'll do a Control+1, bring the format cells, and then I'll uncheck the locked feed option and click OK. Now when I protect my workbook, I will not be able to make changes to the cells where it's locked, but I can make changes. I can update where it's not locked. So far so good. Hello.
So Vivek, can you repeat it?
Yeah, sure. So either a cell can be locked or it will be unlocked. How you can decide that? By selecting the cell, then going to format cell, Control+1, and checking or unchecking the option. If you check this option, by default it's checked. If this option is checked, and when you protect a sheet, once the sheet is protected, all those cells which are locked, I can make changes. Sorry, all those cells which are locked, I cannot make change. All those cells which are not locked, I can make change.
Okay, got it.
But locking will only activate once you protect the sheet. Otherwise, if you don't protect the sheet, doesn't matter whether the cell format is locked or sorry, it's unlocked or locked. I can still make changes if it's not protected. So
Okay.
you need to, it's a key.
Okay. So addition to lock, we need to click on the protect from the review.
Yeah, it's like having a lock in the door. Unless you use your key,
Yeah.
it's just kind of shut. It's bolted, it's not locked. So it's important before you lock, once you've ensured what all fields has to be locked and what all fields are free to edit. Once you've done that, you need to protect the sheet.
Okay.
Once you protect the sheet, and here you can define or you can check, you can decide what all options you want to enable once the sheet is locked. So by default, you get select lock cells, select unlock cells.
Okay.
Once it's protected, then I can select it. And as I said, if I can select it, then I cannot make changes, but I can copy paste. I can copy and paste it on any other sheet. I can do that, or any other file. I can do that. But
And
let's say, yeah.
when it is copied to another sheet, can it be, will it be protected then also?
No, it's not protected anymore.
Okay.
Because the lock mechanism works is valid for this only existing sheet only.
Okay.
It's not valid for even for the another sheet in the file. In the
Agreed.
same workbook, if they are additional sheets, and if you've not locked the sheet, then it's not valid. So the scope of protection of a sheet is within the workbook, within the sheet itself. Now, let's say I don't want to give it. The only thing I want people to just view it, see it, but can't. They cannot be. They should not be able to select it. Then what I need to do is first I have to ensure that it's locked. Selection is locked, and when I'm protecting it, I'll uncheck this option.
Okay.
Select lock cells. That user cannot select the lock cells. Now I even can't click. The only place I can roam around in the entire sheet is are these three fields. So this is the only field I can select. Rest, I can't. I can just see. I can just have a view, look at it. So if you want that user not to even copy paste, you first ensure those data points or those columns or rows or cells are locked. And then when you're protecting it, then you uncheck the option. Select lock cells.
Got it.
Okay. So there are other features as well, but primarily we use these two, ensuring. And if you have a password, if I enter a password, once I assign a password, now to unlock, I need the password. So not everyone can unlock it. So you can assign a password to lock or unlock sheet to ensure if the file which you're sending, only authorized users are making the changes, then you need to protect the password. All right.
And what are the features when we'll do protect and unprotect for the workbook?
So I'll talk about more than a workbook. I'll give you a better option. So you want to practice it right now for a couple of minutes?
Yeah.
The blocking in feature?
Yeah.
So do that. Hey Soumya, finally you managed to log in.
Yeah, I mean, I knew the way, but I was not able to access. So basically, the cache was there was a lot of cache on the Teams app. I did not shut down my system, rather kept it on sleep mode. So I was not able to access the cache page, and that's why I had to reach out to the IT team. It's been done now, so sorry for joining late. Apologies.
Okay. You're not so late. There are half of the team members going to be super late. So don't feel bad. So we were talking about a couple of features of the protection of the workbook, or sorry, protection of the sheet. That's what we were covering. So you know how to do that?
Not really. But I'll be
like to.
Yeah, if it is possible, else I can view the recording.
Anyone wants to volunteer to showcase how it works? Ranjit?
Yeah, yes. Okay, Ranjit Singh is okay, no issue.
Yeah.
But I can't share actually if anyone, because I'm practicing on laptop and viewing the meeting through iPad actually to have the practice simultaneously. So if anyone can share his screen, I can.
All right, Ranjit, then it's your turn. Ranjit Kumar.
Go ahead.
Same thing is with me, but just I'm just trying to connect it through laptop because I'm also means using iPad for this session, and side by side I'm using laptop. So I'll just in a minute I will just connect it to.
All right, you can guide. So you can guide Soumya. Soumya can share, I guess.
Yeah, I guess it would be.
I can share my screen. Yeah, one second.
So you can teach Soumya.
Yeah, so Soumya, you just go to the new seat that is send Vivek.
Yeah, I opened it. It's all my.
It doesn't matter. It's any. It has to. It can be any file.
Is my screen visible?
No.
Not yet. Okay, let me try again. Oh, what's wrong with this? I'll just try once again. Did someone start? Apologies, I mean it's a bad day for technical challenges. Yeah, is it visible now?
Yeah, now it is visible. So the first thing today, the first thing that we learned, that is the auto format. In auto format, you can
let's not do auto format. Let's focus on the protection, sheet protection.
Okay, right. So what we do first, you just select means from rank 1 2 3 to 9, anything. You just select up means some column or rows. Okay, now now you just go to review part. upper row
Mhm.
in
No,
the
no, no.
yeah.
Hold on, hold on,
There is
hold
a
on, hold on, hold
we
on.
have to go the we're using shortcut, right?
No, no, hold on.
Con-
So,
control one.
okay. First thing first, when you protect a sheet, when you want any of your data to be protected, and which means that you don't want user to make changes. First thing first, you have to ensure that it's locked. How can you make sure that it's those
Okay.
cells are locked?
Yeah, you just select just control one. Control one.
So you go to format cells using
Yeah, to
control one.
go to protection. Last one, the last one option. Now there you can you just uncheck locked or check or uncheck locked and okay.
If it's checked, then what will happen? If it's unchecked, then what will happen?
If it is checked, then it is I think unlocked.
Nope.
No,
If
it's
you,
when it's checked, it's locked.
By default,
So-
each cells, yeah, all the cells in an Excel is locked. So Soumya, just to clarify here,
Yeah.
the data points which you do not want others to make changes, you have to ensure that the format cell option for those cells, for those those rows and columns, it should be checked that these
Okay.
cells are locked. You want these cells to be locked. You, in case if you want a user to make changes in certain segments, certain cells, then you will uncheck
Okay.
okay, now
Okay.
you can
So
just click on
for us,
OK.
it has to be logged, right? Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
just okay. Now it
let's
is
make
locked.
it locked and go to the ranks on the right in the column M in the smaller table to the right.
Yeah.
Yeah, below that. So select the area below that. Yeah, from rank to year. Now you want the objective is that you want people to make changes in the rank, worldwide, gross, and year for the smaller table. So you select the entire, no, not the header. You don't want the header to be changed. The cell
All
below
rows and
that.
column below. Yeah.
Yeah, below till Alice in Wonderland. Yeah.
Only seven.
Okay.
Only 7 rows and column. Yeah. Right.
This area you want user can make changes. So what you need to do is,
Right.
so you do a format cell and you unlock these cells.
Unlock. Control one, unlock.
Yeah.
Then protect.
Right. Right.
Actually, the purpose is that when
did I do it correctly? So control one, protection and lock is unchecked. Is that the right?
Right.
Yes, that's the right way.
Right.
So once you have done this,
Okay.
now this is you have done the state setting. That stage is set, but still you now what needs to be done?
So review, go to review.
This will be only effective once you protect the sheet. So now let's protect the sheet.
From here you can protect the sheet. Click on the protect the sheet. But you need to select the.
Do I
rows
need
and
to
columns.
select anywhere in the sheet?
Yes.
So you just have to select
Where?
the seat and then you have to protect the seat. There is a upper side.
The entire
Yes.
sheet like this?
No, you don't have to
No.
select
No.
anything. You don't have to select. To
Okay.
protect the sheet, you don't have to select. You
Protect
have
the
to
seat.
just be.
It means protect the seat. But what I understand is because we are working on a particular seat, so it completely lock the entire seat.
Yeah,
Seat one,
the
seat
sheet
two that
which
we are
on the sheet which you are right now it's active. Which sheet is
Right.
active right now?
Right.
It's top 50
Top
movies.
50 movies.
Yeah.
So it will only protect the sheet.
Yeah.
Okay.
So to
Click on it.
so you can define a password.
Yeah. So you can also enter
Put
password
one.
on upper side. Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
then?
You just click on OK.
Yeah. It will ask to confirm the password.
Okay.
Now
you can.
you will not be able to make changes those cells where it's locked,
Right.
but you
Now-
those cells where it's not locked, you can make
Okay.
changes.
Got it. Got it.
Okay.
Got it. Understood. Yeah.
Any other questions?
No.
Great. Thanks, Ranjit.
And then you're protecting seat, you can also copy it from other seat when it is whether it's a protected, but you can copy it from one seat to another seat. And in another seat you can make correction, but in the same seat that you are protected is not edited by anyone.
Okay.
Okay.
Question here, Vivek, is what is the recommended mode? Is it better to protect the sheet or protect the workbook? I mean, typically when
Depends.
we work,
Depends how sensitive your information is. So, and when it comes to workbook, again, what I would prefer instead of workbook. So there are two things. One is that I don't want anyone to open the file. If the sheet is protected, anyone can open the file, can view the sheet. Okay, but let's say some information are too confidential that I want some authorized person to access that file. Even if they, so let's say there is a confidential file and I send it to you by mistake. I don't want you to, I don't want you to open it. If the sheet is protected, I can open it, but I cannot make changes. But let's say I want to password protect the opening of the file. The moment I open a file, it asks for a password. How can we achieve this?
Right.
So for that, I'll do a save as. And so I'll go to the folder option so that I get this folder option. Now I name it, let's say I'm saving as, right now I don't want to replace the original file. You can do that as well, but let's say, so you name it, you give it any name, and this time under tools, next to save, just before save, you will find two tools. You will find general option. You do a general option. And then you get an option to password to open. Now, if I define a password to open, and I save it. So let me close this file, test file. Now, the moment I open the file, I cannot even open it without entering the password. A word of caution, if you forgot the password, forget the file. So this is another layer of security which you can do. Password protection.
Okay.
So usually my net banking passwords or any confidential password, it's difficult at times when you have 4 or 5 of them. So I have created a file like this. I've protected it.
That is the same like when we receive credit card statements and all.
Yes.
It's a password protection.
Yeah. So it's something like that. Exactly. So you can protect your files, and it can be your Word file as well, by the way. It doesn't have to be it can be any document. You can do this. Save as. And get into the Windows mode, as in this dialog box. Then tools, general, cancel. General options. And then there is password to modify. This one, when you do a password to modify, what will happen is when you do a password to modify.
So probably if someone wants to modify or we want to give the modification rights to somebody, probably this password when entered enables that
Yes.
modification.
Yeah. So by default, it will, let's say I have created a file which I want people to use it in a open, just a view only mode. So I don't want to, so let's say I have 10 different sheets and I really don't want to care about protecting each and every sheet. So I can say read only. So person who don't have password will open this file in a read only mode. So even if they make changes, they can't save it because it's in read only mode. If they need to save, make changes, they need to have the password to make changes. Then only I can, otherwise it will be open in the read only mode. So this is very
Vivek, a
useful.
question. So I just I just did this exercise of having a password for save
Sorry, say that
Voice
again.
is voice is not coming.
Swami, are you there? I think we lost her.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Now again we lost you.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was saying that I just created a password for saving the file as well as one
Mm-hmm.
for modifying.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I'm trying to modify the password, I want to modify the sheet. So I'm getting a pop-up that says to make a change, unprotect the sheet, you might be requested to enter a password.
Mm.
If I click on OK, I mean, I'm not sure if you're going to cover that now or is this a additional query? So unprotect would be to which password should I use for unprotecting the sheet? The one that I used for
Use
opening or the one?
no, the one which you put it for the read only modification.
Okay.
Opening for the password you gave for opening, it's only
One
for
for
opening the
opening and
file.
the one for
Protection
modifying.
for read or modification. So this is for modification. So you have now added 2-layer security, 2 layers of security in your file if you want to create something like this.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, got it.
Right. So shall we move to our next segment then? Any questions on the protection side of workbooks and sheets? No? Cool.
No.
So, okay, let's talk about some of the date transformations, which are kind of important and at times depending on. So one of the key common issues which you guys can face while working with Excel is the date format. So can you see this? What is the challenge? Do you see any challenges in this table?
The date formats
Yes.
are different in each column.
Mm. Which is
In
obvious,
in
but
in one we are when we are changing this month, day, year column. So accordingly, entire row is changed.
what do you mean by month, day, year?
Means there is a slash dd slash YYY. So it is taking 23rd June 19. But if we will with date, month and year with slash, then it is taking 23rd 6 19.
That's another thing. The primary challenge is that Excel is recognizing the column A as date, but rest as
As
text.
text. Okay.
And why it is doing? Because the the format of this existing cell right now I formatted it as DDMMYY, but I can format it as MMDDYY also. So why it is doing that? Why it is recognizing this as a date, but not, I guess for you, Excel has recognized this column as date, but not this. Can you confirm? What is the case? Which column it has recognized as a date? And how you can identify? One is the alignment. You look at the alignment. Anything which is a text will be
Will
The
left
count,
aligned.
the numerical
left
count does not match the count.
And that also, and by looking at it, something which is right aligned is a number or
number.
a date format. All the left aligns are text. So which column in your case is recognized as a date and
Uh,
rest?
The
column
A
A
A
is Date.
Column
The
A.
others are text.
Column A, because I can imagine right now your default date format, the system date format is MMDDYYY, right?
Right.
So that's what happens whenever you receive data or date in Excel. First thing what Excel does is try to match it with your default date format. And if it's able to find the suitable match, it transform it into date. Where it's not, so what Excel is reading this column B as, that it is trying to read why it is converted into text, not date, because in here my format is DDMMYYY. So it is reading this column as 23rd, but Excel is reading it as MMDDYYY because that's what my default format is. So the first date, the cell 23 is not a valid month.
No.
Correct.
10 is valid month, but again, 16 is not a valid month. So that's where it's wherever there is a conflict with the default date format of the system, Excel converts into text. So how we can solve this? How we can tell Excel that instead of reading as MMDDYYY, you should read it as DDMMYY. That the first segment is a date, then a month, followed by year. And for that matter, in this segment, that it's first a year, then a month, and then a date. So how can we tell Excel to read this as a date, and the structure of date is not the default system format, it is something different. So for that we use text to columns. So with the cell, all the cells selected, I'll bring the text to column. What is the keyboard shortcut for text to column? I thought we talked about this.
Alt D plus E.
Who said this? Alt DE?
Ranjit Singh.
Very nice, Ranjit Singh. Alt DE will bring me text to column window. Then I'll keep it delimited. Next, you either so I uncheck everything. Right now I don't want to split, so uncheck everything. Click next. In the third option, in the third screen, here I can define what is the current data format. What is my current data format? How this Excel should read this?
MMDDYYY.
It should read as date, and it should read it as DMY.
Yeah, date, month, year.
Date, month, year. Finish.
Yeah.
And then your problem is solved.
Hmm.
So quickly
It automatically aligns towards right also.
Align, yes.
Yeah.
And then you can do all your formatting as per your convenience. So you can do custom formatting, and then you can start doing your own format. Can you do it for the column D and put it on the screen as a screenshot?
Sure.
Done?
Yes.
Very nice. Soumya and Ranjit. So how can we do this for the column C as well? Great, Soumya. So can you do it for column F?
Do you want me to share the screen and do it, or just send the snapshot?
Yeah, let's you share the screen and let's see if you can do it for column F.
Okay. 1 second, I'll share my screen. Is the screen visible now?
Yeah.
Okay. This is month, date, year. There is an issue in this one.
Do a Control Z.
It probably a text as well.
What text? Text will
No,
remain as a
I'm just
text.
guessing.
Text is text. Basically, that's how you want. You're telling Excel that treat this cell as text. It is already text. So you that is the only purpose of this entire step is to tell Excel that okay, don't treat it as a text. This is a date column. Treat it as a date,
Okay.
and how you should read date is that I have a month first, then I have. So what can we do in such cases where it's not able to do a Control Y? Guys, let's pay attention here. Now here is a challenge. Do one thing, Control Z, copy this and copy into the next cell. Let's say Control, yeah, and transform this so that we can transform this, do the transformation on this.
Okay, like the one we've been doing for the previous columns, right? Okay.
Yeah, transform this. Basically, I want to see the side by side.
Month, date, year, yeah.
So what is happening here is for certain months, especially June and July, it is not able to do the proper transformation. So what can we do? How can you troubleshoot this? By the way, how can you do it in one go? Select all the text in this.
Wrap text.
No, wrapping is not. Do a Control Z, Soumya. Remove all this coloring. You have to do it in one go, one step.
Hello, Vivek.
Mm-hmm.
Can we use Format Painter on this?
No, nope. Format
Not
Painter.
Or Flash.
Format, you can format numbers. Right now, it's.
Can we use Flash fill here?
Okay, how can you use Flash fill, Ranjit?
I'm not sure what it is, but I think Flash fill can help us out.
Okay. So your haunch is correct. How can you use it now? How can you use Flash fill?
So we basically teach Excel actually what to be done.
So what shall okay, do one thing, Soumya, copy the data from column F2 in column K so that just ensure we are not, or in new sheet maybe. Yeah. All right, Ranjit. over to you.
Yeah, so we will teach actually the Excel here, and then we will do the control R.
Control R is not for flash fill, by the way.
Control E.
Control E.
Control E, sir.
So how will you teach? Okay. So what shall she write here in the column B2, in the cell B2?
Into DDMMYY format, the date.
Try that.
23 June 2019. Is that what you're saying, Ranji?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then
Then flash fill with Control E.
how do I do that? Do I just do a Control E?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yes.
Very
Is
nice.
it right?
Is it giving you the right result?
Yes.
Great. Guys, understood? Questions?
A prior question though, you mentioned that it's possible to select just the text in one go rather than me manually doing it.
डिस्कनेक्ट करने के लिए यहाँ
Just
कोई
a second.
ब्लूटूथ डिवाइस
Alexa
नहीं है,
started
लेकिन
speaking.
अपनी अलेक्सा ऐप का उपयोग कर आप डिवाइस को लिस्ट से हटा या अनपेयर कर सकते हैं।
Okay. Yeah, sorry for that.
You got your Alexa invoked.
I know. I don't know how.
It happens. Even I have it. So at times.
I just shut the mic, so
Yeah.
should be okay now.
Mm.
Okay, so yeah, what's the
Anyone? Just let's say you wanna just quickly highlight your texts here. Right now, so you have date, which is a number, and then you have certain text. How you can highlight it? So Samya, select from cell B2, G2. Sorry, from G2 to row below. Yeah. Do a Control G. Special. What should you select here? It's a constant.
conditional format?
Constants.
Constants. Okay.
And in the constant, what option you will select?
Text only.
Yeah.
Okay, and then okay, understood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Thanks, Soumya.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so I'm not getting rid of, I'm hiding all of them because now they are not required. So I need today's date here. How can I get it? So there are two ways of doing it. One is a static way. This is static. So you select the cells and then do a control semicolon. It gives you the timestamp, date stamp basically, not the timestamp, the date stamp.
Control semicolon is what you said?
Yeah. If you need the timestamp, then Control Shift colon, basically same button, Control semicolon, but with a shift. Then you get a date stamp. Sorry, timestamp. So Control semicolon will give you date. Control Shift semicolon or Control Shift colon, the same key, will give you time. But this is static, which means if tomorrow if I'll open the file, it will remain It will always
Same.
read 22nd Jan 21, but I want to make it dynamic. That every day when I open the file, it should read this current system date. For that, I'll use the formula today. Today bracket close bracket bracket start bracket close. Straightforward formula, simple. So tomorrow, if when I'll open the file, this 22nd Jan will turn into 23rd Jan. So it's really handy when you are tracking something on a day-to-day basis, that what's happening. So this is, let's say, ship date or purchase date, or let's say not purchase date, but so not exactly purchase date. Let's say, yeah, lease start date. And with this lease start date, I would like to see how many days has been elapsed. So how can you calculate now?
Is there a formula of days between or something like that? I mean, there was in the pre-assessment, there was this question on how can you calculate the number of days between two dates?
That was, yes, that was there. And then there was a network working days. How can you calculate working days?
Right.
But
Right.
so Wasim, what do you say? What do you think? If I need to calculate difference between two dates?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Vivek, hello.
Yes. How can you calculate difference between two dates in an Excel?
6 2 column, no.
Can they just simply subtract the two? I mean, just a wild guess.
Wild guess. So let me ask this question. There is a cell 1 and this is cell 2. If I have to create calculate a difference between these two, how will you do this in Excel?
K3 minus L3 equal to K3 minus L3.
This minus this?
Yeah.
Right?
Mhm.
So on the day 1, what did I tell you guys? How Excel stores date? In form of what?
As numbers.
So how can
Numbers.
you calculate a difference between two dates?
Similarly.
It's a G2 minus A2.
That simple.
But it's okay.
I can anyway format it as formatting. It's formatting. Formatting is different versus the value. Excel is storing these dates as serial numbers. So those are two numbers, right? I can simply subtract it.
But
So
23rd June, it's a text.
no, it's not text.
It's a number. It's a line towards right.
And I can format it, right? I can
Okay.
all this formatting. We did this exercise 5 minutes ago, right? If it's a text, how we can convert into a date? And technically Excel stores date in a form of serial number. I can do a simple subtract, right? Any questions so far? How about years?
Divided by 365, the days elapsed.
Yeah, that's one way of doing it, mathematical way of doing it, but not Excel way of doing it. And by the way, if I want the total years passed, which means the current year should not be counted. 21 should not be counted, right? So there is a formula for this, which is date DIF. So you write equal to date DIF, which is a shortcut of date difference. Bracket start, then it asks for the start date. So you select the start date. My start date is lease start date, comma. Next argument is, so next is it needs the end date. What is the end date? So I'll select the today's date, comma. Now we need year. So in double quotes, just like your custom formatting, I put one Y, single Y, and bracket close. Double quote close, bracket close. So between 23rd June 2019 and 22nd January 2021, how many years passed? Completed. A complete year. That's what it is talking about. 1 year. See where it says 2. When
Because
the
it's
date
Jan
was
to Jan to
1st
Jan.
January 2000.
1st January it
From
started
1st
a new
January
year.
2019.
Yeah, it's a new year started, so it's counted complete 19 and 20.
If I make it 2020 2019. Sorry, 21st. Let me make it 21st. So 1 complete year, 2 complete years elapsed, right? So if you have to do it for month, do it for months then. How many months passed?
Could you show the formula once again for years elapsed? I just wanted to
It's
refer.
basically date diff, date diff, bracket start, then you select the start date, then you
Right,
select the end date,
right,
and then
right.
in the third you put what you need. So for year we use Y.
Right. A month, then probably it would be.
So what I would need, what I will let you need from you guys is that you write this formula here, you copy paste, and you just change one argument, not write the complete formula. Can you do this? So
Hello.
I write a, yeah.
Vivek, actually, I'm facing a problem. So can you just guide me that the way you have selected today's date, control semicolon, I am getting only single cell by selecting by either way, from drop down selection, from down upward selection. I am getting only single cell filled with the current date.
I'm not sure what is your
You
problem, but if you can
you
share
just
your screen,
Yeah,
let's that way.
yeah.
I'm hoping you're not using iPad.
No, I am using laptop actually.
Great.
So, are you able to see?
Yeah. Do one thing first. Let's hide the column from B to F. Let's hide the column from B to F. How can you hide? Select all. No, no control Z. Do a control Z. One more time. One more time. How can you hide column from B to F in one step?
From B
So
to
you
F.
select B's to F, all the columns from B to. Click on the column B. Go to the where it says B.
Okay.
Move your mouse where it says B, the column B. Yeah. Now drag to the right, till left, with selection. No. Hold on. Let me show you how you do it. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
I'll click, and then with the mouse click, I just drag to the right or to the left. You click on the name of the column, and you don't release your mouse. You just move to the right and to the left. That's how you do a multi-selection. Similarly for the rows also, if you want to do a row selection and you want to select entire row, you go to the row number, you click, and without releasing your mouse, you move your mouse
Okay.
left, right, top, bottom. That's how you do it. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Share your screen, please. Then. So let's select from B to F. Yeah, one more to the right. Yeah. Now either do a control 9. Sorry, control Z. My bad. Control 0. Control 0.
Okay.
That's the keyboard shortcut. So control 9 is for hiding rows. Control 0 is for hiding columns.
After that, I select this cells. Okay. I control semicolon.
Now
But
do
I
a
get
control enter. Now do a control enter. Instead of just enter, control enter. Escape. Select the cells. Control up. Control up. Use the mouse. Yeah.
Control shift semicolon.
No. Control enter. First control semicolon to get the timestamp.
Okay.
Now control enter.
Okay.
So when you do a enter, it will just move to the next cell. When you do a control enter, it replicates everything in the selected cell.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's do the, has anyone done this date diff formula? So Sandeep, can you just type the date diff formula here? The years elapsed, how many years passed? And who can guide Sandeep if he needs any help? Volunteer.
I can.
Okay, go ahead.
So date diff, it's DATE.
Pardon?
D for dog, D.
Yeah, I wrote that. DATE date.
And then DIF. D for dog,
DIF.
I for India, F for fan.
It's basically date difference. It's short form of date difference, date diff.
No, first, if you want, no, first, I think the first step was to find out the number of days elapsed, right?
Which is fine. We can do that with this
There
formula
is
as well.
simple subtraction of the two cells.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So for years, it is a date difference. Then
open bracket, then A2, just go to 23rd June.
Yeah.
Which
comma.
is the start date.
Yeah.
So say it's start
comma,
date.
Today's date. No. A2, comma, G2.
I2. Okay,
G2.
it's okay.
That's where.
Which one? Okay, date diff takes two arguments. One is the start date, one is the end date. What is the end date in this case?
Today's
date, G2.
I'm putting everyone on mute, please. Soumya and Sandeep, you unmute yourself.
Yeah. Okay. Then put a comma. Then comma, not a. No. First a comma after G2. G2, comma. Then in quotes, because we're trying to find the years elapsed first. Y. Quotes again. Bracket close. Bracket close. Enter. Yeah. And you can just copy the formula across. Just do a control C. Yeah. And then Just copy it across the rows. Or you can just drag, even that would help. Yes.
Or you could have just double clicked.
Yeah,
Double click.
I mean, so this is for year. For month, should I go for month, Vivek?
Yeah, sure. But
Okay.
I said what I need is I use the same formula, copy, and I paste it in the cell I.
Right. Sorry. Hello, Sandeep. Sandeep, go back to the older formula, please. Where you have written 1, just go back to cell H2. Right. Now, on the formula, just fix A2 and G2. So put a dollar sign ahead of A and a dollar sign ahead of 2.
Is it right, guys? Do we need dollar sign before A and 2 both?
Sorry. 1 second. What did I do? 1 second, 1 second. Not across. So it should be not ahead of 2, but ahead of A only.
So we want to fix the column A, which is our start
Yes.
date column.
And then ahead of B. Dollar sign ahead of A, before A, and dollar sign before G. Yes. Then click enter. Right. And then just double click again. Just take your cursor to H2 and double click. Yes. Now copy the content on H2. Copy. Control C. Paste it on column I. Control V.
How I can do that without
And
Control C and Control V?
just dragging it again.
No. Delete this.
Okay.
Delete I2. One step. And
Control
keyboard.
R. Control R.
Yes. Go to I2.
Right. Now, instead of Y in the formula, you can see on the formula bar, just write M. Right. Press enter. And then you can just double click on I2 to copy the formula across. Yes. And you can put the
Very
typing
nice.
months left. Yeah.
Thanks, Soumya. So,
Okay.
guys, understood this? Any questions? Sandeep, you have any question on this? No. So, okay. So, Ranjit Kumar, you there? Sandeep, you stay on the screen, please. Ranjit Kumar, you there?
Yes, Vivek.
Okay. So now the challenge with this right now, the existing formula is that let's say Sandeep opens this sheet tomorrow. He will still see today's date as 22nd. How can he fix this? How can he rectify this so that when he opens date this file maybe on Monday, it should read what 25th Jan?
Mm-hmm.
How can we fix this?
By using static dates.
No, fix as in how can we rectify this? How can we ensure that every time he opens a file, it should read the current date of the system?
By using static, you say the static difference, that is today, and typing today and bracket.
So that's not static. That's a formula. Static is static right now because he is using a timestamp. So go to the column G2. Sorry, cell G2, Sandeep, please. Right now it's static because it's one fixed value. How we can make this dynamic? That every day when he opens a file, it shows a new date, the current date.
So you mentioned the today formula. right? Will that not work if I reopen the Excel?
Yes, that will work. So what should be the formula here then?
Equal to, Sandeep, can you type? No, Ranjit, who is sharing the screen? Sandeep, yes.
Sandeep.
Yeah. Sandeep, on the cell G2, if you can type equal to
Okay.
today, TODAY.
Sorry, what you said?
Today,
Today.
TODAY. Yeah.
Okay.
And bracket open, bracket closed. Yeah. We can
10?
enter. Yes. And I think we can just, I don't know if you want to copy it across. I don't
Yeah,
know.
let's copy
I
it.
think we
You can
have to mention the start date and last date. In a
which you
bracket.
can do it on the header. For today's date is fine, because now every time when you open the file, it will always show you the current date, today's date. Where it says MMDD YYY, you can say start date or least start date. So
Yeah.
to avoid a confusion.
So today's, and in a bracket it's a start date and semicolon last date. Then I think
It's up to you, because that's to avoid any confusion for you guys, to you guys. So that's so okay. So this is years elapsed, months elapsed, and I can okay. So what I can also do, you guys can see my screen.
Yes.
So I can what you are referring to within a cell, within just like this double quotes Y, I can give the same reference outside the cell as well. So for example, so I wrote the formula date def start date, end date. Let me start the fixing it. And instead of writing a Y in double quotes, I can refer to a cell where it's written Y. If I drag it down, it's giving me the error. Why it is giving me error?
Because we have not fixed the I1 cell, I think.
So what? Okay, what should be fixed here? Because here it's I1, it says I2 here. So yes, you're right. How can we fix this?
So $I, $1.
If I do this $I, $1, then if I copy this to the right, I want this to pick M, not Y.
So in that case,
because it fixed it is working in for the year column, but it's not working for the month column.
So in that case, it should be $I1. No,
$I
$1. Sorry.
Yeah, I want to fix the row.
Yes.
That it should always stay in the. So now I wrote one formula and I can copy paste it. That's where the referencing helps. You don't have to type formula all the time, and I can refer outside the cell, especially for the texts. I can do it for numbers as well. I can do it for texts. Anything which I'm providing in double quotes, you can give reference outside you can type that for text in a cell and you can refer to that cell. Okay. That way I can actually make it dynamic. So this is month. If it's, I want to see how many years elapsed, I can change it to Y, and how many days elapsed, I can change it to day. Because I wrote a formula which is referring to other cell as an output.
Vivek, could you go back to the sheet where we calculated month and year also using the same formula?
This is
Sorry.
month.
Right. I mean, how? So I'm trying to do this on my sheet, and what has happened? Even though I'm on column F because I'm just using the
Share your
extended
screen.
form.
Share
Yeah,
your
I can.
screen.
It might be just a silly mistake there, but I just want to make sure I understand. Am I able? Are you able to
Yeah.
see my screen?
Yeah.
So I fixed $F1. I'm on column F, right? And when I go to M, it calculated correctly. But when I dragged it,
Yeah. So double click on the
something.
second. Double click on the second cell. The below that now. Double click on that. Or do an F2.
Okay.
No, do an F2. See where it's referring and what you have done. Can somebody figure this out? What she has done or what she has to correct? Which cell it's referring to? Right now it's in row 3. What is the start date here?
Oh, okay. Sorry, I understood. I'm sorry.
You
Shit.
correct it in this 2. No, not here. In the second row. You correct the formula in the second row.
Okay, sorry, my bad. Okay, I actually should have seen this. Okay, got it. Similarly, I'll just copy this formula here and fix this too. All right, understood.
All right. Good. Thanks. So taking to one level up, instead of me writing M, D, and Y here, typing it manually, how about a drop down? A drop down to select whether I need it difference in days or in a month or in a year. Will drop down help or look better? That way, if somebody will type YY, it will give me error. So I want user to select only Y or D or M. How can we achieve this? Any ideas? No idea.
By adding a drop down. By adding a drop
Okay,
down
by
button.
adding a drop down button. It's not called, we don't call it button over here, we call it data validation. Data validation is whatever cells, whatever data we are entering in a cell, we can put checks that we can control that the data entered in a particular cell is validated before it's entered. So for example, let's say in this cell, you are saying rating, overall rating, and rating can be between 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, right? So I want user to enter number between 1 and 5. In this cell right now, I can enter any number. But how can I restrict a user so that he can enter only numbers which I would like him to? And for that, we can use data validation feature. Keyboard shortcut is Alt-DL. Otherwise, you will find it under data. Yeah, under data tools, data validation. I prefer keyboard shortcut Alt, then D, then L. Press one after another. So scenario 1, I need to enter it complete number. So which option shall I select here? That it should select 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Whole number?
The whole number. Minimum is 1, maximum is 5. Now, when I enter 1, it's fine. 2 it's fine. 1.2 it says can't do it. 10 can't do it. So I can only enter 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't go beyond 5 or even 5.01. And for that matter, I can't even enter 5.0. Oh, I can enter 5.0, but I can't go beyond 5.01. 5. Even I can't enter 0 as well. So either I leave it blank. So, but let's just say I want to modify this further. I want user to, they can enter decimal number. Let's say 1.5. What should I do then? Which option?
Decimal.
Decimal. And here and leave it as is. So now I can enter any decimal number between 1 and 5, but again I can't go beyond 5. Another way of doing the same trick is decimal number gives you the flexibility. What you can do is you can create a list 1, 2, 3, 5. Now this is a drop down. Can't enter anything apart from the drop down values. So Alt DL and with commas, you enter those numbers. So can you create a drop down for selection over here, M, D, and Y, so that a user can select year, it will give year, month, and day. First 3 answers will get 2 points each. First 3 correct answers.
So do we want to create one column each for year, month, and date?
Single column. Single column.
Single column. Okay.
See, there is no point of creating multiple columns when I'm giving a drop-down option. That's where the formula helps, right? That's where dynamism comes into the picture. Okay. So I'm giving the user the option to select whether they want to see it days, basically difference in days, difference in year, difference in months, the date difference.
Okay.
Something of this sort. Ashish, take a screenshot of your drop down.
Yeah, okay.
Ranjit, please share the screenshot or the screen. When you say done, I would like to see how it's done. Yeah. Thanks, Ashish.
Okay, welcome.
So Ashish gets 2 points. He's closing the gap. Ashish, had you So how you created it? You put it in the comma, or you created? Ranjit, you are sharing screenshot. Ranjit Kumar. Anyone else? It didn't take this long. Ranjit Kumar gave me okay.
Yeah, it's hanged, so I'm not able to take screenshots. So I just take a snap and send it on your.
Yeah, good. Thanks. So Ranjit Kumar gave the screenshot on WhatsApp using WhatsApp. So who's going to be the third one then? Wasim, you have not participated enough at all. You finding it difficult? Anything difficult here, Wasim?
No, Vivek, nothing difficult. Everything is absolutely fine. I am following it up. Not a problem, Vivek.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mohit, I'm not sure how this will work. It says days elapsed, but ideally there should be MD and Y, 3 values. So you take a screen. Can you give a screenshot of your and how the formula will work? So basically the idea is to make a formula, create a dynamic formula. Something like this, which I'm. Samya, what's happening?
Getting errors. I have no idea what's wrong right now. So
All right, share your screen. Why then you should not, you should voice it out. Anyone facing issues, please voice it out. I can't see anyone's screen. I
no,
will not be
agreed.
able to
But I
help.
mean, I thought you'll be sharing the solution, so I'll look at
It's
it and
okay.
then see what's wrong. I
That's not
might be just grossly wrong here. So let me
which is
share my
fine.
screen. I've
Yeah.
literally done nothing much. I'll just quickly share my screen.
So who can volunteer then? Mohit, would you like to help?
Are you able to see my screen? Hello.
Yes, I can. Any volunteer? No volunteers?
Ashish and Ranjit had finished, so probably they can guide me.
I know that they know. I want someone who hasn't done it.
Okay.
So maybe Wasim. Maybe okay, Wasim. How about you? You solve this. You help Soumya, and you get 2 points.
Okay.
So I've reached the data validations window. I've selected list. And
Okay.
so the error that so what I was doing was selecting the entire column. I mean, till the point where there's data and putting a comma, then selecting Y column F till the data, and similarly for G. And I was getting an error. So I'm not sure what's the right way.
This is for years elapsed now, Vivek. This is for.
Sorry.
We need to get how many years
The
are
drop down.
elapsed.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
basically a drop down saying year, month, and day.
Yeah.
That is what we are doing. YMD, three values as a drop down.
Yeah.
So I selected list. What next? After this, what should I do?
List.
Can I help her? Can I help her?
Put Y comma M comma D here.
Here?
Yeah.
What do I do? Do I
Y
select something?
No. Just Y comma M comma D.
Comma D. Okay.
Then OK. You will get a drop down there. Yes.
So where
So
can
the
I help
data
her?
is not coming up, no?
Yeah.
I mean,
Soumya, just
Okay,
Soumya,
yeah, Ashish, go ahead.
just go for G column. Column G.
okay.
G1.
One second. Okay.
Yeah. And that open the window of the data validation.
Yes.
Okay. And
List.
then list, and then right here MDY, DMY.
Any order would do, na?
Oh, yeah. D comma M comma Y, then OK. Okay.
Comma.
Just click.
No.
Okay.
So selection is not needed in this case, as in I think let me show what I was doing, and probably maybe this is not the right way to do it. So what I was doing, I went to the selection and then I copied from here to here, and I put a comma.
No. Why? Yeah. What was the purpose? What was the main purpose? Objective.
To get a drop down of the 2 to 3 time parameters we had.
Yeah,
three parameters, just 3 parameters, right? In the drop down, you get 3 parameters Y, M, and D. So why you are selecting entire cells or entire range when you just need 3 values? That's first question you should have asked yourself.
Okay. No, my idea was that, I'll select the data range, which I need to use as a drop down. And then probably the headers would automatically serve as the purpose of getting the data as well.
No.
Okay.
No, that was not the case or the objective. So what was required that earlier without a data validation, I was manually entering the values Y, M, and D, and the formula was driving it because formula was referring to this cell, right? Formula was taking inputs from these 2 cells and the cell I1, right? So the objective was that I want to give user an option so that they can select. If they select Y, it should give them year. If they select M, it should give them days, month, and D. So that's what we wanted.
Yes.
Instead of manually typing it, what we wanted to create a list, create a drop down for them to select. So either you can do it like this, Y, comma, M, comma, D. Basically, each comma means a next line. So I have list like this for user to select. Or if you want it to be sourced from a selection, then you write YMD in some other cell, source, and then you can do that. So let's say if I remove anything from here, that it's dynamic. Or if I change the order, M, Y, D, that order also got changed here.
Okay, another question. So, I mean, when Ranjit was helping me, when the source or the point, the cell that we were using to create this dynamic drop-down box was outside the data set, and that's why it did not really reflect the entire data, but only the headers. Do we really need to make sure that the data drop down is created in the range where the data was present?
What do you mean by that?
Okay, let me try again. Can I share my screen?
Go ahead.
Okay. Right. So this is where Ranjit was helping me when he suggested putting
I can't see
a
your
drop down
screen.
here. Oh, sorry. Let me try again. Um, now, are you able to see?
Yeah.
Okay, brilliant. So in the initial step where the data is in column C, column F, and column G, right? And in that, when Ranjit was helping me out, we used column H, which is outside the three columns.
It's
And
not
just
about
when we put
outside or inside, but your formulas. Where is a formula? Which cell has a formula? Cancel. Formula.
column H1.
No, it's a
So
validation.
the formula is in okay. The formula is in column C, F, and G.
No, we are talking about the date diff formula, which is taking a reference to a cell. Where is it? Either it's in the column F, which is this column F. The formulas in the column F is referring to which cell as a year input?
A, B.
No.
And F.
Which as air input.
F1.
Input
F1.
for F1. Similarly, in the in the G2, which cell it is referring to for month as an input?
G1.
G1. Now column H in the cell H1, what are the cells dependent on it? Which cells dependent on it? How can you check if there is any?
I keep forgetting where to find trace. Yeah, here. Precedence, probably.
Precedence will give you what?
The cells prior to it.
Do it for G1. Yeah, trace dependence. So what does this arrows mean, by the way?
One cell is, every cell is actually referring G1 as the
dependent on as an input.
Yes.
Basically, the value of G is going as an input in all these rows and all these cells. But so for H, when you are applying the formula, there is nothing dependent on that, right? And that's why it's a standalone cell in silos. Yeah. No calculation is dependent on it, and hence nothing was changing because there is nothing dependent on this. So you have to apply all basically calculations. When it comes to calculation, there we check dependency. Otherwise, it's a static value, right? So either it could be a static value, it could be a calculated value. There is no other output, right? A cell output you're looking at is either it's a formula driven or it's a static value. If it's a static value, it's not dependent on anything else. It's standalone cell. If it's a formula driven, then you check whether that formula is dependent on any other cell or not. Okay. So for example, in column B, that is that a formula driven or is it a?
I've just put a formula. Yeah.
It's a formula driven, but is that formula dependent on any other cell?
No.
Right. So it doesn't matter whatever changes you make in Excel, this formula will not change. Then nothing will happen. Nothing will happen to this unless you open it the next day. That there will be a one change from 22nd Jan. It will say 23rd Jan. So it's not dependent on any other cell. But in the column C, that formula dependent on anything else?
Yes. Attributes in A and B.
So if you make changes in the column A and column B, especially in A2 and B2, to be more specific, if you make changes in B2 and A2, this will the column C will change. The C2 value for C2 will change. So that's what. So that was the exercise. The exercise was to create a cell on which the calculation is dependent, and when I make changes in that cell, I can make my sheet dynamic.
Okay.
Understood? And that's why when
Yes.
you're doing it on column cell H2, H1, nothing was changing because there is nothing dependent on that. It's a standalone cell. Okay.
Okay. Understood. All right.
Great. Any other questions? So data validation, it's not just about providing the input. So you have other options as well, but how can you how can you provide additional information the moment the users select the cell? How can you provide additional information that what has to be done? So I can use other features of data validation. So first is setting, then there is an input message. So I can type here, select duration, Y for year, M for month, D for day. Select duration. And I click OK. So no information displayed. The moment I hover on the cell, the moment I select the cell, I get this information displayed, that what is required. So I can add, and it doesn't matter whether there is a validation available or not. You can actually put it on any cell. So one way was adding what? How can you add additional information so that user can get more information apart from what's visible?
This is basically a description of the data, right? Something like that.
So not just description, basically, if somebody wants to understand what is the peak rank means. So how else would you have displayed this type of information? That if user select the cell, he gets an additional information. We use the comments. That's what a comment is for.
Yes.
But the difference between comment and a validation is comment will only show when I hover the mouse. But the data validation information, the moment I select the cell, it will display. So I don't have to hover mouse necessarily. The moment a user select it, either by using a keyboard or a mouse, the information is there. So I usually prefer, if I want to add, provide additional information and I want user to be sure it's visible, I always put it under input message in the data validation. Doesn't matter if I put any validation, it's by default, it's any value. I can keep it any value. And I can actually an input message. I can say type duration for difference, Y for year, M for month, D for day. Right?
Yeah, understood.
Any questions on data validation? You can do a lot more with this, but this is to give you an understanding of this feature. It's widely used. It's one of the widely used feature in Excel, especially the list. All right. Any questions, guys? No. All right.
All
So
good.
moving to the next formula. So this is date diff. Now, this is days elapsed, month elapsed, or and these days. Oops, I deleted it. So MYD or YMD. So this is month elapsed. This is days elapsed. That's there. Now, this days elapsed includes Saturday, Sunday, or working days as well. I just want, so this is total days. I just need working days. For that, the formula is network days. But I would recommend you use network days international, INTL. Both has the same feature, but network days INTL gives you some more options. It has more features. So network days INTL. Now this is what we call IntelliSense. It gives you what needs to be selected. So network days INTL, just like date diff, it is asking for start date. So I'll select start date, comma, end date, comma. The moment you do a comma, it asks for the weekend. What is the weekend? And what do you
Saturday
mean
and
by,
Sunday.
yeah.
Will
So
take
for
one.
you guys, it could be Saturday, Sunday. For different organization, it could be anything else. Some a few will have only 6 days working, so they can select. So you can pick and choose using tab, or you can write that. So for if I need to do a 6 working days, I can type 11 and bracket close. If I need just Saturday and Sunday both, then I can type 1. So total days elapsed was 579, but number of working days was 415, which is Saturday, Sunday. Okay, network days, INTL. Some similar to your date diff formulas, it requires start date, end date, and the third argument is the weekend. What is your weekend? So you pick what is your weekend, and accordingly it will calculate. Practice this. Let me know if you have any questions.
It will calculate the national holidays also.
National holidays is different here. So we'll talk about national holidays in a while. Just practice this.
So this weekend means only Sunday or Saturday, Sunday both?
It depends what you select from the list.
Vivek, if for hypothetically, if we need a combination of say Sunday and Tuesday as a weekend or a
Then you have to work around. Those are special cases.
right.
And
Okay.
especially like in few organizations, 4 Sundays are off, but only 2 Saturdays are off. So only like
So we'll
say
talk
first
about
and third
so
Saturday.
yeah. So for that you select the Sunday only, and then you have a holidays. So how we can do a holiday? You create a holiday calendar.
Okay.
26th Jan, let's say, or 13th Jan. You create a holiday calendar, and then you refer the fourth argument is after weekend. The fourth argument is holidays. You select that.
बोलो ना बेटा. ठीक है बेटा, बाद में बात करेंगे बेटा. बाद में बात करेंगे बेटा.
So it will consider. See, it removed 13 Jan. With holidays 496. Without holidays 497. So for that, so for 6 working days, but with second or third Saturday or second and fourth Saturday off, then you add it as a holiday. That's the workaround. That in the weekend, you select Sunday off. That Sunday is commonly off, and then in the holiday list, you add those second and fourth Saturdays. So it will automatically exclude that. That answer goes for you, Soumya, as well.
Yeah, understood.
You pick one day from as a weekend and then you add it as a holiday. The rest. That's the shortest way you can achieve. Practice. Let me know if you have any questions. Then we'll do one of the most important formulas of Excel. Then we'll take a break. Any questions? None? Before we move to the next, there is another scenario which I would like to discuss related to date. Is that you have a lease start date and usually you will have a timeline that the lease is effective for certain period. So what is that date? Let's say we do it in months. How can we calculate based on the lease start date and the duration of the lease, or maybe invoice date and the payment date? How can you say that what is the payment release date? Formula is eDate. Takes 2 arguments. What is the start date and how many months? So it's very simple formula. eDate, the start date, when is your start date, and what is the duration, months, bracket close.
I didn't understand what we are trying to get from this lease end date column.
Let's say this is invoice date, and you are supposed to get the payment cycle, which is, let's say, in months. Okay. And your payment cycle, let's say it's varying, but depending on invoice to invoice, it's varying somewhere around between 1 and, let's say, 4 months. So what is the payment release date? How will you calculate based on your invoice date?
So, okay, A2 E date, na? You just showed
So
that.
that's where, that's where we say use E date and then number of months. So it will give me in Excel, you can go back in time as well with the same formula. So you have a payment release date. You want to know what is the invoice date. So same formula, E date. This is a start date. And if I put minus and the month -4, so it will go back in time. Same formula can go forward and can go backward depending on the sign you use. If it's plus, then it will go in the future. If you use minus, it will go in the past by those many months. Understood? Questions? All right, Anand has mentioned. Yeah.
Yeah, I need to know about payment cycle actually. How you put these dates actually, payment cycle. From where we get that payment cycle?
This is just random months. I just put
Okay.
random numbers.
Yeah, it's some random numbers. Okay.
Yeah, these are random numbers. Let's say usually whenever you have a invoice date, then there is always payment release date.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
So how can you keep a track? So if it's number of days, let's say, let me put a random number, and between 30 and 90. If it's number of days, that these are number of days, then you can simply add it. But when it comes to months, then you use the formula E date.
Okay. Okay.
So Anand has requested that before we go on a break, he wants to speak to all of us. So.
Hey, hi Vivek. Hi everyone. Good afternoon.
Hey, Anand.
Good afternoon.
Hi guys. So good. I just will not take more than 5 minutes. I know because you guys must be hungry. I know Vivek.
But
Vivek
we're
has
not going on break
been.
right now. We're not going
Oh,
on
you're
break
not.
right now, just Anand. So if you want to talk, you can
Oh,
talk. Just
so when is the break? When is the break, Vivek?
round 2.
Oh, round two. Okay, okay. Okay, fair enough. So since we have anyway I've started, so let me quickly finish in 4 5 minutes.
Sure.
My idea of connecting. I request everybody to please go on mute. Please microphone is on. Yeah. Thanks, Ranjit. So my intent of connecting, today was to, just quickly check with you that how's things going. Although I've been constantly, in touch with Vivek, taking input about each one of you individually, how you guys are doing, etc. And we are doing our bit of analysis, and that's where we are also trying to extend your support. Vivek has been very candid in terms of spending some extra time with all of you. So a quick catch up was only for that, and the second part of the catch up was just to understand from the immunology team that how come this last minute meeting came, and what is the mitigation plan for that. You guys have missed a important session today in the first half. So how are you guys planning to cover it up? Is there something which, because last night I think I remember I and Vivek we spoke around 7:38, little late in the evening, and none of us were aware about this change of schedule. So, and that's why otherwise we could have rescheduled, have done something about it. So this is the second part. So yes, about the first part, how's things going? Anybody would like to share? And are you guys okay? Learning? I hope it must be a good learning.
Yeah, Anand, Ranjit this side.
Yeah,
These are good. Last 2 days we have spent, and now it's third day. So a lot of things, very useful things are being shared with us, and Vivek is actually trying to teach us in a very wonderful manner. But yes, once we will be using it in our regular practice, then these things will be permanent with us, because a lot
I
of
know, I understand.
shortcuts and keyboard shortcuts are there. So the only thing is that because I was preparing one data yesterday, I was trying to do a lot of things from this, because I made a diary notes. It will definitely help us. A lot of things will help us in our regular day-to-day work. So the only thing is that the practice will make us permanent.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Ranjit. And good thing is that these sessions are being recorded, and you will always have, a fallback option to refer to these sessions, and every steps, Vivek is teaching you in terms of, Excel. So that's an advantage. But yes, practice is the only key for such skilling programs, because this is a skill-based program, and you got to practice if you want to stay aware about the concepts and the formulas, etc. So that's the key. Yeah, I agree. Good. So anybody else who want to share?
Hi Anand,
Ranjit? Yeah,
Ranjit this side.
good. I saw you're scoring pretty good.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah.
It was really a great session from last 2 days. We learned so many new things, and thanks Vivek, because he is never hesitated to go back more 5, 3, 6, 7, 8 step back and teach same the things so that we can understand. So. I'll say that Ranjit Singh right said that we have to be use this formulas in our day to day, so that we can be familiar with this. But it's a really great session, and we learned there is so many things in Axels. So thank you Anand sir for arranging such kind of Axel training for us, and Vivek, you are too good.
Thank you, Ranjit. Uh, I know Vivek has been, he's been very sharp in Excel. So I know the first feed batch was also quite amazed and good. But I think you guys have to leverage. That's my only, we have finally found Vivek, and he's ready and go. He's ready to go even a step forward, out of the box and help you guys. So just take full advantage of this gentleman. otherwise he's also a very nice human being, what I have understood so far in last couple of months after connecting with him. So okay, okay, anybody else want to share anything different? Otherwise we will just check with immunology. Yeah, Soumya, you want to go?
Yes, sorry,
Yes,
there's a
yes.
background noise. Sitting close to the balcony, so please
No
ignore
problem.
the sellers outside. So I think one thing that really stands out is the patience that Vivek holds in training us all, because we all are at different levels. Some of us knew certain things, so it's a brush up. It's learning more shortcuts of how to do the same thing in lesser time and more effectiveness. Secondly, for things that we did not know at all, I think as Ranjit pointed out, going back and doing it many a times, enabling us to share our screens and solve for it hands-on rather than just waiting for the solution to be shown on the screen is also another thing I really appreciate, because it's not easy to keep switching screens and clearing each of our doubts individually. So I think that's, I mean, hats off to his patience of letting us do things hands-on and then providing solutions individually as well. So I think that's really commendable.
Yeah, thanks, Soumya. I know these kind of skilling programs, everybody is at different skill levels. I completely understand. Vivek still has been able to, if he has been able to give that personalized attention despite being into a remote session, is really appreciable. So great. And once again, I'll again reiterate that these recordings will definitely be a great help for people who want to refer it back at any point of time. So great. So great. So anybody from immunology team, what is the mitigation plan? You guys have missed something. What's your thought? How are we going to cover up that? Yeah.
I answer. Hi Vivek. I actually it was a GM's calendar invite, so we people have to attend it, and as per our expectation, the meeting has a little bit longer. So that's why we joined just after after 2 to 3 hours. So regret for that, and the mitigation plan. I think on behalf of immunology team, we have no way to follow the recordings, and after joining in this meeting, I really feel. I really don't find from where should I start and what is happening, because the sheet what Vivek is referring and the sheet we are having is completely different. So I'm not able to manage. So definitely I'll request to Vivek if it is possible, because it's an add-in sheet. Maybe some exercise have already been done. So and my sheet is completely different. So it will be really very problem for me to continue and to understand what should I do in next. So I request to in our all of you please share the complete sheet, that I can continue, or the total immunology team can continue the training. And definitely, if it is possible, some if recap is at least for half an hour if spent for a recap, then we can at least capture. So that is from my part. I think I answered.
Okay. Okay. So see, I'm not the right person to take a call on this. Maybe Vivek and rest of the audience, because luckily in this batch there is nobody from outside, unlike the last batch, and we are all Tacadians in this open batch. So still, I think Vivek can maneuver something, and maybe other guys can also be a little considerate for you guys. So I am leaving this up to you guys. Maybe during the break, Vivek, if you can take up 5 minutes with all the audience, and maybe find out some middle way wherein some kind of refresher can be done for them, or maybe they can join the next session and they can completely park this piece and see the recording maybe tomorrow, and then come back on Monday for some time. So I don't know, I'm just throwing some ideas. So you please figure out and let's see, and we can also discuss maybe offline how we can then take it forward to mitigate this loss which is happening.
All right. So sure, we can work around that. So just to answer the sheet which we are talking about, I shared the email yesterday night No, not yesterday, today morning maybe. So we are using that sheet, so everyone should have it. So check your email. It
Vivek,
should be in your
yes,
inbox.
we are using. We are using. I'm using this the same sheet also, but so lots of work already been done.
Yes,
So that's
because
why. So my
yeah.
sheet is looking different. So I'm not able to catch up.
Oh, that is
think
another case. So, I have to see how we can plan it. Maybe I can spend half an hour post the session, so 4 to 4:30. Some, if you guys
Vivek,
can.
4:30 to 5:30 we have another meeting, and entire immunology team has another meeting. So
Okay.
I
So
think
then we can let me. I'll speak to Anand about this. What can be done, but for the sake of others, I would recommend we can continue with the flow because otherwise we'll miss on the other content, which is
right.
again important, equally important.
Yes.
So going forward, so this is now the next thing which we're going to talk about is not related to the previous things. So now only thing I would recommend is you guys pay attention, and it's
Okay.
different from the previous one covered. Okay, so at least you
Thanks.
can learn all this. Okay.
Okay,
Anything
okay, thanks.
else?
Yeah, thanks, Vivek. And team immunology, I can still see many of your colleagues have not joined yet. Are they still into their own meeting? Because I can't see Gaurav.
Exactly. Actually, they prioritize our session, and then there are few guys are still stuck in this meeting. So I think that's why. And Gaurav, I think he will not able to join because I have already called.
Sorry.
No, Ravinder and Sambhu is not joined. Ravinder and Sambhu has not joined. Sambhu joined.
No, I can't see
Sambhu.
Sambhu.
Sambhu is there.
Sambhu has
I
come.
also can't
Okay.
see.
Sambhu, are you there? I can see only in the waiting area.
Exactly.
Other invite. Hi, Sambhu, are you there? No. I can't see Sambhu. Ravinder is also not there. And Gaurav, are you there?
No, Gaurav is also not there.
So you said Gaurav will not be able to join. And what happened? Any idea about Jibin? Jibin is also not there. He is not.
Anand, I think there's a PPHF session going in parallel, and it's important for the Access team to join there because it's focused on rare diseases. I'm assuming that's the conflict that might have shown up.
Okay.
Yeah, rightly pointed out, Soumya.
But I'm okay. So my only pain is and surprise that all these things I don't have. All these invites have come overnight or maybe early morning from Koki or these or whatever events which are parallel. And I think people should be a little more sensitive and at least inform us so that we all could have actually helped them. And that's the only challenge. But anyway, so I think let's go with the flow as Vivek is suggesting for the rest of the audience who's already there. And maybe Vivek, let's catch up after the session and try and figure out for people who have just missed, maybe we can share them recording, let them put their own heads first, and then we can have some kind of half an hour, bridging session or something. Yeah.
Sure. All right. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great. Thank you so much, Vivek. Thank you, folks, and please enjoy this amazing learning session with Vivek. All the best. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Anand.
Thank you.
Right. Thanks everyone for all the kind words. Now let's continue with the most important formula of Excel. Earlier it was. So put it on the chat. How many of you know this formula, use this formula? VLOOKUP. So there is one. No. Most of you, it's no. And Soumya, how about this?
No, haven't looked at XLOOKUP, if that's how it is pronounced.
Yeah, that's XLOOKUP. So what exactly VLOOKUP does, Soumya? Where do we use it?
Probably I've generally used it for finding a particular value in a range of data. I mean, where is it exactly located? That's the main area of usage for me so far.
Yeah. So let me quickly format it. Yeah. So this is my, let's just say, so we are talking about, I have a database of from IMDb for all the movies with their worldwide gross, the year they released, their rank by their worldwide gross, and this is the peak rank. Basically, what was the highest rank they achieved in the year that it was released. For example, Furious 7, which was released in year 2015, made a worldwide gross of 1,516K, which is no million dollars. So the overall rank is 9th, but the year in which it was released, it was 4th highest grossing movie of that year. All right. So this is our data set database, which is, let's say, somewhere there. Now I've received from my supervisor that my supervisor shared list of 6 movies with me. That can you give me the rank, the worldwide gross, and the year for these movies? So Sandeep Kumar Som, how would you have done this such type of activity since you don't know or never used VLOOKUP?
Yeah, would you please repeat once again?
Which part?
Since you are asking.
Yeah. So this is my database where all the movies information is stored. My
Right.
supervisor gave me the list of 6 movies asking for their rank, the overall rank, the worldwide gross, and the year. Sorry, not rank. Let's say change it to peak. What was their peak? What was their worldwide gross? And which year they released? So how would you have done this? Let's say it has nothing to do with whatever we have learned so far. It's just a very simple question. So you can do it. What type of work you do with data? Can you give me example of your work? Then I can give you something in context.
Mainly we are compiling data for the sales only, and we are
sales by product,
by number products.
Yep, no products. So let's say, so let's just say these are your products, and so you may have 10 or 20 or 100 products, but out of which your supervisor or your client asked for 6 of them. Information about 6 of them, that which year it was released, that product, how much it sold, and then there is another information which is available in the table.
So simply we put a filter and we select this
individually.
for individually.
Yeah. So this is just 6. Let's just imagine you have more. How easy that would have been then, knowing each and every filter. Will that be difficult? Considering the list can grow longer.
Right.
So that's where we use. So what you have said that I will remember this list somewhere. Oh, that reminds me, we haven't done the assessment, so we'll do it later. So I'll remember Titanic, Harry Potter. So I'll apply a filter. I'll say I'll select from like this. That's how you would done it. Titanic. Then you would add Harry Potter. It's very tedious task, isn't it? I have not ever done this like this. So that's where the XLOOKUP or the VLOOKUP comes into picture. VLOOKUP has been the popular one. The XLOOKUP has been released last year. So I would recommend you guys to learn this, because eventually Excel is moving towards XLOOKUP. So XLOOKUP has three segments, primarily three segments, three arguments. We call it three arguments or three inputs. Now, let's say you have to do it manually. So you're trying to find. So what is the first question you will ask? I'm saying you, can you find me something, find. What is the first question you will ask from me?
What do you want me to find?
What do you want?
What? So basically the value, lookup value. What exactly I want to figure out? What's the next question?
Where?
From where we get the data?
Where or source or the table. And since I'm asking for Titanic, what exactly I'm looking for? I'm not looking for the name, whether the name Titanic is available. In that table, what's the third question will be then? So I'm saying, can you give me details of movies? So you will say, which movie? Where can I find that movie? And what's the third?
Where do you want me to put that value?
No, where is the?
As in where in the table, and then where do you want to see the output? The two.
No, what detail? Output though is going to be here, na? Where I'm going to apply the formula. But if I'm, what is I'm looking for? Where I'm looking for? What all details?
What details
you're
I'm
looking for? So in this case, let's talk about this. What I'm looking for here. What is my lookup value for this case?
Pick worldwide gross and year.
No, this is not I'm looking for.
Titanic is the value that we want to refer to details pertaining to Titanic. So
yeah, Titanic I'm looking for. Where I'm looking for is
in the database.
Source data.
In my source data, which is this table, right? And what detail? So I need peak, which is here. I need worldwide gross, which is here. And I need year, which is here. So let's do a worldwide gross first. So I'll do equal to X lookup. The moment I do X lookup, tab, the first argument is asked for the lookup value. So what is my lookup value? Titanic is my lookup value. This is what I'm looking for. Now it asks for lookup array. Where exactly I can find Titanic? If you have to apply a filter, on which column would you have applied filter?
Column C.
Here I have Titanic. So I can select the entire column. I can select my certain portion it. Here I will find Titanic. Now comma. What is return array? What exactly I want in return at the moment? Which value, if I find Titanic in here, what is the thing I want? And
worldwide group.
Worldwide gross. So I'll select worldwide gross. Be sure that this range, what you're looking for, and the range what you look as output should be same. And what I mean is that your range, what you're looking for, should not start from C1. And what you're looking for will start from D2. Basically, rows and column rows should be the same. So if it starts from C2 to C51, then your lookup return array should also be row 2 to row 51. And here you go. I'll do it one more time for you guys. I'm doing this for year now. X lookup. What I'm looking for Titanic. Where I can find Titanic. This time I've selected from column C, row C1 to C51. In this column, I will find Titanic, comma. Now what do I need? Which year it released, which is in this row, in this column. So can you do it for the rest?
Vivek, question here. So, because we have not freezed any particular,
Very
you know,
nice.
so can this be dragged simply and then we'll be able to find?
You
I mean,
you do it, figure it out. You do and let me know your answer.
so we need to freeze the range. That I agree. You know, because otherwise the table will keep flowing down as we, you know, select depending on the row where the formula is being applied.
So yeah, because so guys understood what Soumya mentioned? What Soumya is trying to say? What will happen if I copy this formula and paste it here? Will there be any change?
No.
There will be. My range changed
Range
from
changes.
Okay.
because I have not fixed it.
Yes.
So I might miss certain movies because my range will keep on changing as. So you need to freeze it. So you do this activity and you let me know. So for example, if I put Avengers Endgame here, it will give me, what does this hash NA means?
This reference source is not containing the looked up value.
Yeah, it's not able to find Avengers Endgame in it. Why? Because my range starts from Jurassic World. Avengers Endgame is at the row 2 because I did not fix it here. So let's see who can figure this out, how to fix it and write a correct formula, the complete formula. Again, first 3 will get 2 points each. So you write formula here, one formula, so that which you can copy paste in the worldwide gross and the year. Peak we will do later. So I'm not asking you to do peak right now, and do worldwide gross and year. X lookup. Sooner you guys do this, sooner we can go on a break.
Hi Vivek, Ravinder this side.
Yes,
Hello.
Ravinder, tell me.
Yeah, I just maybe I miss it, but I just want to know. I mean, what is the difference between VLOOKUP and X lookup?
We'll talk about that later. Let's first focus on this formula. I'll let you know. Okay.
Okay.
But just to give you a brief background, XLOOKUP is the upgraded version of VLOOKUP. Both perform the same task.
Same task.
Okay. Okay. Same task, but it's just that it's an upgraded version of VLOOKUP. That's how you can put it. So if you know VLOOKUP, if you know XLOOKUP, you can skip VLOOKUP as well.
Okay.
I'm putting everyone on mute. So unmute yourself if you want to talk.
Can you repeat the formula again, please, for XLOOKUP for year?
You share your screen and let's see where you're stuck and where you need help. Then I can provide the specific help if required.
Vivek, should I share the snapshot if I'm done, or should I just keep waiting?
Yes. Snapshot. Share the snapshot.
Okay. With the formula or just the
yes,
snapshot?
In the edit mode. Put that in the edit mode.
Okay.
So Mohit, you were saying sharing the screen, right? It was Mohit who needed help. Am I right? Yeah. Share your screen, please. And Soumya, can you figure this out?
1 second. Right. I'll share my snapshot after I've explained. Yeah.
Yes, sure.
Right,
so Mohit,
Mohit,
can you do it on the worldwide gross? Just do first the worldwide gross, Mohit, on your own. And Soumya will pitch in if you need help. First do it on your own. What is the first argument of XLOOKUP?
Sorry.
What is the first argument it's asked for?
Lookup value.
Lookup value. What you're looking for? What exactly you're looking for?
Okay.
No. What
do you want to search? Which for what do you want to search? As in,
if you had to filter it manually, where you had applied filter?
Worldwide gross.
Directly. Worldwide gross on what? If you have to apply a filter, let's say you have to do it manually. So we have to find worldwide gross of what?
Yeah. Here, D1.
No. So
Remove,
Mohit,
okay, just a second, Soumya. Sorry, just a second. Mohit, escape. Let's just imagine, do an escape. Let's go back to the time when you don't know the formula. Now you're supposed to do a worldwide gross. Now what will be your step?
So I'll apply filter here.
First thing first, you don't have to select the entire row to apply a filter. You could have done it on the, even on a single cell. If you have selected a single cell and you have done Control-Shift-L, it would have applied filter. Now, where you will have applied filter for worldwide gross of Titanic?
Here.
You would have looked for which value?
For Titanic.
So you would have searched for your lookup value here is what?
Titanic.
So in the formula, what should be a lookup value?
Okay. So worldwide gross is equal to X lookup.
Soumya, you take over now, please.
Then here,
sure.
C2.
So Mohit, we just agreed now that Titanic is what we need to look for. And in our जहाँ पे हम formula लगा रहे हैं, वहाँ पे Titanic उस table में कहाँ पे है, जहाँ हम formula लगा रहे हैं. So imagine that you only have that table which is highlighted in purple on your screen is the one which is forming your reference base. कि इसमें से मुझे देखना है कि मुझे कौन सी value search करनी है. तो उसमें Titanic is written in column L, right?
Yeah.
तो जो value हमें search करनी है, उसके लिए we need to start with first knowing what do we want to look for, and that is where that will come to know from the column L, where we are actually, which is the base of our search at this point. Column L.
Titanic कहाँ पे लिखी हुई है अभी पे आपके टेबल में, जिस टेबल में आप फिल्टर एक्स लुकअप लगा रहे हो, किस सेल में टाइटैनिक लिखी हुई है?
This L3.
That cell. So you have to, that's what you have to tell Excel ना, कि Excel को ढूंढ रहा है. आप क्या बोल रहे हो Excel को कि Excel मुझे ढूंढ के दो, तो वो Excel पूछ रहा है क्या ढूंढना है?
Lookup value L3 then comma.
So आप बोल रहे हो कि टाइटैनिक ढूंढनी है, तो वो अगेन नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन कि टाइटैनिक कहाँ पर है, कहाँ लिखा है टाइटैनिक? तो आप बोलोगे L3 में लिखा है, तो आप L3 लिख दिया, correct?
Then comma.
Good.
Right.
Alright, Soumya.
L3 then comma.
हाँ.
And
then
this.
We need to find out कि वो किस column में होगी, correct? So that's where we go for.
Then again comma.
हाँ. Then हमें क्या देखना है? Worldwide gross देखना है, correct? Right. And then we close the bracket. Yes. Right.
Got it.
And now we have to, the next step that Vivek has given us an exercise is we need to fix values so that we can
actually. फॉर्मूला को कॉपी पेस्ट करोगे तो वो नीचे तक शिफ्ट होती चली जाएगी, तो उसको आप कैसे सॉल्व कर सकते हो? सौम्या, your formula is okay,
partly incorrect.
Not incorrect. I'll not say it's not. It's incorrect. It's just that कि मैं इसको copy paste year पे करूँगा तो year पे मुझे फिर से change करना पड़ेगा.
Okay, let me try again then.
So it's not 100% what is required. Basically, I write formula in worldwide gross and it should work for year. as well. Same formula, copy paste.
Okay. Okay.
That's the
let me try
objective.
it. ठीक है, let me try.
रंजीत, आपका formula, again, I can't copy paste this formula. So technically a formula is right, but I can't copy paste simply on year
Yeah.
as well, right?
Yes, I'm working on that now.
Great. Ashish, आप formula share करो so that I can see what's the formula applied on this. Either do an F2 and then take a screenshot.
Just a minute, I am sharing my screen.
You want it for year, right?
So worldwide gross and year both. Right, Ashish, again, I can't copy. So if I copy formula, so do an escape. If I copy and paste it in year, it will not give me the year, right? That is the objective. हमने कल referencing day before referencing में हमने 2 घंटे इसलिए नहीं spend किए कि हम उसको manually बार-बार change करते रहे. The idea is कि you improve the efficiency. So efficiency कैसे होगा कि एक काम को जितना कम करो उतना अच्छा है, या कोई काम एक ही बार करो. Right, you got it, Soumya. Good. So Soumya gets 2 points. दो और position खाली है. Let's see who can fill this up. Wasim. Wasim, you there?
Vivek, on copy paste the formula, we are getting a symbol, that text message symbol, like the Soumya has shared. It is some incorrect.
Yes. And it's why it is there. By the way, it's not that relevant in formulas. वो formulas का अपना होता है. उसको समझने के लिए थोड़ा सा कुछ और concept भी समझना पड़ेगा. तो अभी I'll say कि let's park it out of scope, थोड़ा हो जाएगा. Yes, Sandeep. As long as you're getting the right value, it's fine. So don't worry about that symbol.
So now you are asking to do for year it also.
Yeah, basically what I'm asking is कि आपने सिर्फ worldwide gross पे formula लिखा और उसको copy paste किया year पे भी और नीचे भी, तो आपका same formula आपको different result दे रहा है.
Okay.
That's what is required. Alright, sorry, I missed कि किसी who's immunology से कौन था जो he was not able to catch up. I missed the name.
Vivek, it's working.
Vivek, I have sent again.
I done it.
Screenshot.
Who said it's working?
It's Ranjit Kumar.
रंजीत कुमार, तो आप तो शुरू से थे. इम्यूनोलॉजी से कौन था अभी जो बोल रहा था कि उनको अलग से, उनको समझ में नहीं आ रहा था कि क्या चल रहा है?
संदीप
सोम. Who was it?
Yes. Yeah, myself, Sandeep.
Yeah, Sandeep. So can you share your screen and let's see what you're doing?
Vivek, I have sent again. Screenshot.
Who? Ranjit?
Ashish.
Okay, Ranjit also okay. And Ranjit Singh. Yeah, you got it right. So good. Thanks.
So my screen is visible.
Okay, who can help? Yeah, can you check why he's getting a hash NA analysis in Wonderland? Can somebody help him? और आइडेंटिफाई एलिस इन वंडरलैंड तो है, उसको हैश एन क्यों आ रहा है उनको?
Either he is not selected it properly.
लेट्स
No,
सी,
I have
ट्रबल शूट करो, बताओ मुझे क्या है। क्यों आ रहा है इनको एरर? ये हैश एन ये ऐसे ट्रबल शूट नहीं होता।
It's basically X lookup. वहाँ पे X missing है lookup में।
फॉर्मूला ही उन्होंने गलत लगाया।
कॉपी पेस्ट किया था।
कॉपी पेस्ट किया था तो मतलब ऊपर से ही गलत होगा फिर।
तो सब में नहीं आना था।
See, if I copy, then for
इट्स आपने लुकअप यूज किया, फॉर्मूला लुकअप और एक्स लुकअप अलग है, आपने फॉर्मूला ही गलत यूज किया सर।
आपको स्टार्टिंग से ही एक्स लुकअप करना पड़ेगा, देन ड्रैग एंड ड्रॉप।
right. Now it's okay.
बट इज इट राइट? इनका एरर क्यों आ रहा है बाय द वे?
टेक्स्ट ड्यू टू टेक्स्ट।
नहीं टेक्स्ट नहीं है, वो नंबर है, बट वो ग्रीन क्यों आ रहा है, वो ग्रीन वाला? Who can answer this by the way? You can answer, you guys can answer this, or how can we fix? सौम्य आपका ये एरर नहीं होगा ग्रीन वाला, ना ही आशीष का होगा, ना ही रंजीत सिंह का होगा। Am I right?
It is coming on my sheet also. I don't know why. I mean, the snapshot I shared does have this green colored.
Yes, in my also it is showing green.
It says probably unprotected formula or something. I don't know.
Okay. चलो ठीक है, बट इनका फॉर्मूला ठीक है अभी।
But when you are using ignore error, then it's disappeared.
इग्नोर एरर तो इग्नोर एरर है, फिर तो इग्नोर ही है। आप तो बोल रहे हो कि छोड़ दो उसको, भूल जाओ। जैसे कुछ लोग मेरी ट्रेनिंग को बोल देते हैं ना, इग्नोर करो। आई एम कॉलिंग देयर नेम्स, देन दे आर सेइंग आई एम नॉट इंटरेस्टेड लिसनिंग। I'm just trying my bit to ensure that you guys are learning. It's not. क्लासरूम होता पकड़ के करवाता मैं, बट या मेरे को तो नहीं आया एरर ग्रीन वाला।
हाँ सेम है, मैंने भी आपको जो शेयर किया उसमें नहीं है ग्रीन ऐसा कुछ।
ये एक्सेल का जो वर्जन है शायद हमारा
उससे कोई नहीं, वर्जन से कुछ नहीं है। इट्स जस्ट इट्स बिकॉज़ उन लोग को एरर आ रहा है जिन्होंने फिक्स नहीं किया है।
ओके,
सो बेसिकली तो मेरा जो होल पॉइंट था ये करना था, ये फॉर्मूला लगाना है और मैं ऐसे कॉपी पेस्ट करूं। दिख रहा है आप लोग को? मैंने एक फॉर्मूला लगाया और मैंने ईयर पे भी लगा दिया और मैंने वर्ल्ड वाइड ग्रॉस पे भी लगा दिया और मेरे पास कोई एरर भी नहीं है। वर्सेस अगर मैं ऐसे लगाता हूँ जो आप लोग कर रहे हो फिलहाल,
So I did it for year also. Simple formula copy paste. I will get the year also.
It's because of क्योंकि एक्सेल बोल रहा है कि आपका फॉर्मूला एक सिंक में नहीं है। इसका ये मतलब है उस एरर का। So those who are asking कि why this error is because the immediate formulas, their range or something is incorrect with their range. शिफ्ट हो रही है रेंज। एक्सेल आपको बताने की कोशिश कर रहा है। So आपका देखो मेरा रेंज इसमें भी सेम है। It is referring to the same range versus it's referring to the same range. मेरी रेंज शिफ्ट नहीं हो रही। आप लोग अगर F2 करोगे, जिनका एरर आ रहा है उनकी रेंज खिसक रही होगी नीचे, जैसे जैसे आपका फॉर्मूला नीचे खिसकता रहा है। So you fix that thing and your error will be gone.
Vivek, I did it for year also. Simple single formula, copy paste for white gross and year.
All right, so you share your screen and show it to everyone then. चलो अब आप पढ़ाओ और फिर हम जल्दी से ब्रेक पे जाएंगे.
बाकी एरर वाला मैं सुन नहीं पाया बिकॉज मैं फॉर्मूला भी लगा.
कोई बात नहीं. No worries.
So here on column
worldwide
3,
gross कैसे आ गया भाई? Why you are getting a worldwide gross in front of Titanic? Okay, it's not you getting. Oh, it's a title. आपने table. Okay, पता है कि आपने क्या किया? What you have done? You
Yes,
converted it to table, but you did not check the option. My table has headers, so you have got. Do a Control Z. How can he go back to the step where he added the table?
Back to custom range. नहीं वो तो pivot के लिए था. Sorry.
No. Go back to that particular step on which he performed this table convert to table transformation.
वो N3 वाले के नीचे जो arrow है उधर बगल में towards left. हाँ.
Undo magic.
Apply table style. Now enter.
Click that. बस उस पे click कर दो.
एक ही को करना है, सबको नहीं करना.
वो अपने आप हो जाता है. बस
apply table style ना. Apply table style.
हाँ. You click that, and then you go back in time. Now convert it into table. Transform it into table.
Format it.
No, not format.
No, it is not format.
Select
auto
it.
Format. I did auto format.
Auto format is fine. I'm just saying
Insert
this transform
table भी
it to
कर
table.
सकता है.
Insert table or Control T.
Control
Use
T.
keyboard shortcut यार. Oh, come on. At
Sorry.
least मेरे सामने तो keyboard shortcut use करो. Now again Control Z. Control Z. You have to check the option. My table has headers. जब Control T करते हो जो टेबल वाला विंडो पॉपअप आता है, on that you need to check that box. My table has headers.
Okay.
Control T.
My tables has headers.
By the way, you have not shared your windows, you have not shared your desktop, so we can't see pop-up. I can't see pop-up.
No, I also can't.
Desktop. Yeah. So now
Right.
presenting the desktop.
Yeah. Now let's do a worldwide gross. X lookup laga worldwide gross pair. Now let's do this quickly, and then we take a break.
Now I need to remove the filters, no?
Yeah, you can do that.
And you want me to send the formula, no?
Send the formula as in? Yes. Write the formula for worldwide gross. How can you get it?
बड़ी मेहनत से याद हुआ था, फिर याद करना पड़ेगा.
अभी कर लो, बाद में काम आएगा. Tab. You can do a tab so that automatically Excel अपने आप ले लेगा. Excel जैसे ही टाइप करोगे X lookup आएगा. Tab करो, tab. Use tab.
Okay. Tab.
So you don't have to type. Now look
so
up
what I'm looking for Titanic. So I will fix L with $.
टेबल में जरूरत नहीं होती. So टेबल में अपने आप ले लेगा. कैंसिल करो, बैक जाओ. आप टेबल में आप ऐसे ही सेलेक्ट कर लो टाइटैनिक. So X lookup and then select Titanic. Click on Titanic. It will automatically do the absolute referencing.
Okay. So in the table we need to give the $sign.
Yep. @ means current row. So अभी आप उसको ऐसे पढ़ो. X lookup @ title, which means current row का title.
Okay.
Current row का title क्या है? Right now it's Titanic.
Titanic.
So that's what @ means. Comma.
Then from which array I will get this? I will go to that array. It is column C. From C2 to, I will select
Control shift down. Do a control shift down.
Control shift down. So that is selected here.
Comma.
Okay. What happened? Why N11?
Because you said clicked on N11.
N11, yeah.
Control shift down arrow.
Then comma. ऊपर ही लगा दो comma उसमें.
कहाँ पे?
मतलब बेंच पे लंच
टाइप कॉमा.
यहीं पे ऊपर ही फॉर्मूला के.
अच्छा कर्सर वहीं रहता है.
हाँ वहीं रहता है.
उसके बाद ये वर्ल्ड वाइड ग्रॉस पे ऊपर से नीचे इसको कंट्रोल शिफ्ट डाउन कर लो.
ओके सो सर मैं यहाँ पे डॉलर लगा दूं अब.
हाँ लगा लो.
टेबल में अपने आप ले लेगा दोस्तों.
नहीं टेबल में एग्जिस्टिंग टेबल में लेगा. आप जो रेफर कर रहे हो वो तो टेबल नहीं है ना. फिर आपने बाहर क्लिक कर दिया.
हाँ अभी बाहर क्लिक कर दिया इसने दोबारा.
बैक करो बैक स्पेस. डू द बैक स्पेस.
ठीक है अभी सर यहाँ
इसमें डॉलर कहाँ पे लगेगा? C2 और C51 में where exactly we need dollar signs?
$C $2.
Why $C $2?
Because we want to fix the column first.
No, only $C. Because we want to fix the column, but we don't want to fix the row.
Oh, yeah.
क्यों? Why? आपका जो मूवीज है वो आपका फिक्स नहीं है कि रो 2 से लेकर रो 251 तक ही रहेगा.
हमें सिर्फ टाइटैनिक रखना करनी, बाकी भी
नीचे हैरी पॉटर के लिए भी है ना, फ्रोजन, ट्रांसफॉर्मर्स.
उसके लिए भी टेबल कौन सी होएगी? वो किस रो में कहां से कहां तक की होएगी? हैरी पॉटर, डेथली हेलो वो किस रो से किस रो तक देखेगा?
2 to 51.
तो वो भी फिक्स होएगी ना सी के साथ. कॉलम सी भी फिक्स होएगा और 2 to 51 भी फिक्स्ड है ना यहाँ पे.
This is what I said, $C $2.
सर $2 का लगाने का मतलब तो सिर्फ $2 फिक्स हो जाएगा ना.
$C $2. He's what we need is कि $C भी फिक्स होगा, 2 भी फिक्स होगा. बेसिकली कॉलम भी फिक्स होगा यहाँ पर, रो भी फिक्स होगा. Because my list of the movie will always remain in from C2 to C51. Is that right?
Okay.
So I'll fix both C and
संदीप,
similarly I'll fix
51 भी तो देखो आप फ्रीज कर रहे हो ना, जो लास्ट है. Yes.
Yeah. So आपकी मूवी की जो जितनी लिस्ट है, आप हर बार आपकी मूवी की लिस्ट you will always go and find those movies between row 2 and row 51 always in all the cases.
Yeah.
And it will be always in row C, column C.
Column
so
C.
in columns, so that's what you're trying to fix here. C and 2, C and 51, both $. All right. Now what? Comma. Next, आजाओ.
Next, I want to select the array for D column where I want to see
the worldwide gross.
Worldwide gross for Titanic movie.
Yeah. For the movie I have select. I'm going to select. So यहाँ पर Control Shift down. अब इसमें क्या freeze करूँगा मैं?
Now I will freeze here only the row 2 to 51.
Yes.
Not the column.
Yeah.
Because ये फॉर्मूला अगर मैं राइट पे पेस्ट करूंगा तो ईयर अपने आप शिफ्ट हो जाए, डी से ई हो जाए, बट वो रो 2 से 251 ही रहेगा.
Enter.
And you can copy the form, copy this, and you can paste it on the next cell.
Control R कर दे.
Very nice. Good. Sandeep Kumar Yadav, you will get 2 points for demonstrating all this.
Great.
Yeah, Vivek.
Yeah.
Oh, give me a chance because I think I'm not able to do it.
Chance of what? Sorry.
I need to do it once again.
Okay. So
There's
you have
still
4
the
minutes. So आप screen share करो. Let's do it in 4 minutes. Then we'll take a break. अगर नहीं होता तो फिर हम break के बाद break लेके करेंगे. ठीक है?
Okay.
Good. Thanks. All right. Share your screen. Thanks, Sandeep.
Thank you.
Yes, I think my screen is visible, right?
Who can help him here? Someone else?
Yeah, I can.
No,
Okay,
you did last, so someone else. कोई आ जाओ, जल्दी आ जाओ. कोई नहीं आ रहा.
संदीप को ही बोलो ना, संदीप कर देगा, उसका रिवाइज हो जाएगा.
हाँ, ठीक है. All right, Sandeep.
Okay.
You help Sandeep.
So Sandeep is helping Sandeep.
Yeah, Sandeep to Sandeep.
Looks like.
ये peer to peer प्रोग्राम हो रहा है तुम्हारा.
आप अपनी कंफ्यूजन बताओ संदीप सोम, आप अपनी कंफ्यूजन बताओ, आपको कंफ्यूजन क्या है?
I think नहीं कंफ्यूजन मतलब जब ये तो मैं वैल्यू आ रहा है लेकिन ये नहीं हट रहा है, मतलब ये एरर दिखा रहा है ना ये वाला.
डबल क्लिक करो, ऊपर से डबल क्लिक करो. अच्छा, इस ये फॉर्मूला ठीक है इनका? क्वेश्चन.
No sir.
No.
फॉर्मूला सही नहीं है.
क्या गलत है?
One thing is that he's fixed this last $D2, which is $2.
$D2 है फर्स्ट एरर. सेकंड एरर इज जो नंबर्स हैं 251 उनके फ्रंट में डॉलर नहीं है.
आपके रोज फिक्स नहीं है. Important thing over here is rows. First, आपका जो मूवी लिस्ट है संदीप सोम, वो मूवी लिस्ट आपका हमेशा C2 से C51 में ही रहेगा, राइट? वो चेंज नहीं हो रहा? नहीं वो चेंज नहीं हो रहा ना, तो आपका ना C2 चेंज होगा ना C51 चेंज होगा. तो बेसिकली आप C के पहले भी आप डॉलर लगाओगे और 2 के पहले भी आप डॉलर लगाओगे. सिमिलरली आप 51 के पहले भी डॉलर लगाओगे, जिस तरह से C के पहले डॉलर लगाया है. तो ना C2 चेंज होना है ना C51 चेंज होना है. तो दोनों में दोनों चेंज नहीं होना, तो सबके पीछे डॉलर लगेगा.
ओके,
दैट्स वन. व्हाट्स नेक्स्ट?
यहाँ पे भी ऐसा होना चाहिए ना.
Yeah, so you have to remove dollar in from the front of D because अगर आपको ईयर के लिए भी यही फॉर्मूला कॉपी पेस्ट करना है, सो आपको कॉलम शिफ्ट करना पड़ेगा. तो कॉलम शिफ्ट करने के लिए आप कॉलम को फिक्स नहीं कर सकते.
राइट.
वेरी नाइस संदीप.
नाउ इट्स ओके.
आप जाओ, इंटर मारो, पता चल जाएगा. चला गया आपका ग्रीन एरो. वो एन इसलिए आ रहा है क्योंकि नीचे कुछ नहीं है. अब आप इसको कॉपी करो, राइट? अब राइट इसको कॉपी कर लो.
ना आप सिंपल सेल वहीं रखो, N3 पे रखो बस. उसके बाद सेल वहां लेके कंट्रोल R कर दो. ईयर पे
O3 पे जाओ और कंट्रोल R कर दो. O3 पे जाओ और कंट्रोल R करो
बस. नहीं आपको ड्रैग नहीं करना
नहीं ले रहा. नहीं ड्रैग भी कर रहा, तो क्यों गलत आ रहा है इसमें?
आ गया सर, आ गया. कंट्रोल R से आ गया.
वो गलत मेरा से हो रहा है.
हो गया. संदीप सोम, आपको समझ में आया क्या गलत था और क्या
एकदम
सही किया आपने?
राइट. यस.
अच्छा सर, एक क्वेश्चन है, यही फॉर्मूला हम रैंक पे क्यों नहीं कर सकते?
क्योंकि रैंक की अगर आप कॉपी पेस्ट करोगे तो डी का क्या होएगा?
वो नेक्स्ट कॉलम लेगा, बट हमें बैक कॉलम जाना है.
हाँ, डी का सी हो जाएगा, डी का बी नहीं होएगा. तो वो कहाँ पे पेस्ट करोगे तो डी का सी हो जाएगा? किस सेल में पेस्ट करोगे? लेट्स से ओके, कमिंग टू द कॉपी करो फॉर्मूला जाके संदीप सोम, आप वो हाँ इसको कॉपी करो. अब मैं किस सेल में पेस्ट करूंगा तो रैंक लेगा।
विवेक मुझे स्क्रीन विजिबल नहीं हो रहा।
संदीप सोम आपको स्क्रीन रीशेयर करनी पड़ेगी। मैं स्क्रीन शेयर नहीं कर रहा हूँ, सो आई कांट डू एनीथिंग। संदीप सोम कैन रीशेयर
मेरा तो
स्क्रीन।
शेयर किया हुआ है।
रीशेयर बिकॉज़ एट
we
टाइम्स
can see Sandeep Shom screen.
और किसी का हो जाता है क्योंकि लैग होता है। तो संदीप सोम आप रीशेयर कर दो बस, इट विल
ओके जस्ट वेट।
हाँ, आप जस्ट रीशेयर कर दो इसको। सो एक काम करते हैं, इस चीज को हम ब्रेक के बाद करते हैं, ये वाला सिनेरियो, ठीक है? यहाँ तक का
Yes, it
सब
would be
कुछ
much better.
हाँ, इट वुड बी मच बेटर क्योंकि ज्यादा हो जाएगा अभी। सो लेट्स टेक अ ब्रेक। और यहाँ तक कोई क्वेश्चन तो नहीं है ना? आई एम
No, it's
लुकिंग
done
एट योर
then.
रिस्पॉन्स नाउ। आई गेस आपको रेफरेंसिंग भी अब समझ में आ रहा है, which is a good thing. So I'm hoping everyone is good till here.
Yeah, good.
Great. So let's meet at 2:45. आज last day है, तो I'll join in 25 minutes. If you have any questions, we can solve this earlier. Otherwise, we start at 2:45. Okay?
Okay. Done.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Vivek, you have given me 2 points, no?
Yes, you have got 2 points. Good. Thanks.
Thank you.
And me too, huh?
Mohit for assisting me, na 0.5 points, 0.5.
I gave him 1 actually for this.
नहीं सर, ज्यादा आगे निकल जाएगा।
It's okay. Right, any questions you guys have right now? So Soumya?
Yep.
So how is it different from the VLOOKUP? Is it better? Is it simpler?
I think it's more versatile because then you're not forced to really look from a vertical aspect, but it can also be used for other dimensions. So definitely more versatile.
So you know, you said this because you knew this, or you just guessed?
No. I have used VLOOKUP. So
What XLOOKUP I'm saying? XLOOKUP.
No, I'm assuming that XLOOKUP can also be used, to look for horizontal searches as well, like the way we did for vertical. Otherwise, it would be similar to VLOOKUP. Then what would be the advantage?
And the premier advantage, actually, the limitation of a VLOOKUP is, so for example, in this case, if you have to get a peak, how would you have done this in case of VLOOKUP?
Similar to how I have done for worldwide gross and year, where I looked for.
Not talking about XLOOKUP formula. I'm talking about VLOOKUP formula. If you had to do this using VLOOKUP,
right?
How would you have done this? Achieved this aspect, peak. This is straightforward for VLOOKUP.
So similar to similarly, you look in the formula. I'll put VLOOKUP. Then lookup value is Titanic. For example, here the table array would be peak, and then
so in
column.
VLOOKUP, just for everyone. So I guess most of you have joined. Wasim, what's you have something to say?
Yeah, nothing, Vivek. Actually, that was the spelling mistake was there.
It's okay.
Yeah,
it's okay. So just to show it to you, what a VLOOKUP formula does. So VLOOKUP, again the lookup value. In this case, for a VLOOKUP, I have to define a table. XLOOKUP, I have to define a column, but in this case for VLOOKUP, I have to define a table. And the important point is the value which I'm looking for, this lookup value, which is Titanic, the column which in the source table, it should be the first column. So when I'm selecting the table, I cannot select table from rank or peak. It has to be from title itself. So this is a requirement for a VLOOKUP, that my table, this table array will always starts from the column from which it's looking up. So here I've defined the table array which starts from this column. Now from, let's say, C to E, I can fix this, comma. Now the only thing which is required here is the column index number, which means that if it founds Titanic, give me the column in the table which you need in return. So this is title is the first column, second column is worldwide cross, third column is year. So in this case, my worldwide cross is in second column of this range. So I'll write number 2, comma 0. This is a VLOOKUP. It's kind of complicated. That's why I didn't cover, because XLOOKUP is here. But the challenge with the VLOOKUP is it always look from left to right in a table. So if any column which is on the left side of your lookup value, VLOOKUP will not be able to give you the result. But in case of a VLOOKUP, XLOOKUP, so which brings to our question. If I copy paste this formula, my formula is this $L3, then I froze this C3 to C5, C51, then D. So if I copy this, it is moving to the right. Which cell should I copy so that it will automatically pick the peak? Should I if I copy it here, which cell it will return? What will happen if I'll copy it here? What is the value it will return? Any guess?
I think it would return rank.
No, it would. So from
it will come moving.
It will return title.
It will return title because L3 will not change.
Yeah.
Because L is fixed. Here C will not change because C is fixed. The only element which will change is D. So if I move one column.
There is Sunod.
Yes, Soumya, sorry.
Sorry for the disturbance. Nothing. I didn't mean to intervene. Sorry.
Okay. So this L will not change because there is a $, before L. C will not change because there is a $, before C. The only character which will change here is D. So if I copy this formula from column N to column M, D will become what?
C.
Hence it will give me. So in order to get a peak, actually I can't, because if I paste it here, then what will happen? I'll get a circular reference because you're referring to the same cell. So that's why I have to apply the formula manually, or I have to modify it. So let's apply the formula manually, and this time what I'm doing, I really don't want to do a reference while freezing stuff. I want to get rid of it. So I'll convert my data source into table. And I name it as movies. Now I can write my formula XLOOKUP. This is what I'm looking for. Where I'm looking in the movie's title. Now look at the formula. Instead of C2 to C51, where I'm looking for, and in the movie's title, movies table title column, and what I need in return, movies P. Why I'm getting a 0 for Titanic? Do you have any clue? Transformers talk of the moon. And if I need rank, so instead of peak, I can name it rank. So another benefit of your table is you move from relative referencing, or you don't have to use dollar and all that jazz. So new movie released next year. Coolie number 1. $10,000, 2020. My formula will automatically adjust any newly added titles. So it's beneficial that you use tables. You convert all your regular tables into Excel table. And then you can play with, you really don't have to worry about ranges. The only drawback is I cannot copy paste and it will work. I have to make that change in each. That is the drawback. Which again, it's not difficult. And if I transform my existing data existing into table, I apply formula once, it automatically replicates in rest. Questions? Hello, mic testing. You guys can hear me fine, right? See me. Have you understood? Any questions? No?
All good, Vivek.
Great. So now here is the task. So before we move to our next segment, we have to do some homework. And the homework is this, as in not homework, but we have to do it right now. So we have 3 tables, 3 sheets. One is orders, one is return, third is people. All 3 tables are related. What is the relationship? So order table has all list of all the orders. Return table has list of returns, the orders which has returned. So in total, 1079 orders have returned. And there are 51,920 orders. And then there are people. Basically, it's more of manager. Depending on the region, I have a region over here. Who is the manager in that region and whether that location, that region is a prime location or not. This is the information. Any questions on the data?
So basically you have extracted from the source.
Yeah, multiple sources.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
this is my entire orders, and then there are some of the orders which has returned. In that table, I have status, order ID, and region. And in this third table, which based on the region, who is the manager, and whether that location, that particular region is a prime location or not. So now question is, so we have three requirements. One is so I have here sales, and then there is a quantity. These are I have these column. So what will be the definition of returned revenue or returned sales? How will you do this?
Since you have invoiced and some goods are returned.
There is a
Sorry?
compilation of the sheet which shows the data on the return sales from
So
the total.
we would need to filter this entire table based on whether the order status,
Yeah.
whether it's returned or not, right? Which
Yeah.
I have to pick it from here.
Yes.
Can we do this? Let's do it. How can we do this?
That is the question.
You tell me. How can we?
So
How can we? Yeah.
here we will actually use that reference sheet where we actually pick the data from the another sheet on one sheet. So that will be the one way that we will do. But how exactly the formula will go, that is required to be understood.
Has anyone answer how we can actually get order status in this table?
We can use
using auto filter.
Auto filter.
We can use XLOOKUP and
Who
then
said XLOOKUP?
XLOOKUP is we can do from other sheets also.
Yes. You can do
Vivek,
it from another workbook as well.
Yeah.
Vivek, it's a huge data, I think. That's why I'm getting.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
That's where.
Then
Who
it is
said?
okay. If you can use XLOOKUP, then it is okay.
Yeah. So what I would recommend is first convert everything into table. All these three into Excel table. First transform everything into table.
Okay.
Quickly do that and give it a proper name. Let's perform this activity.
The practice file you have shared, it is already in table.
No.
It is only it is only the filters.
Can you confirm whether it is a table or not? And how can
It
you
is
confirm?
only filter is there.
Not a table.
Not a table. How can you say that it's not a table?
If it the columns above will show the headers, then it will be a table. If it is not showing the header, then it will not be a table.
Not exactly. That's how you can say that.
And table design is available or not?
Yes. That's the simplest way of. The moment you click on it, do you get a table design or not?
Yeah.
So all the files converted to table with Control T. My table has headers.
You ensure that your table has headers.
Vivek, will I get numbers for 2 answers?
Sorry?
Will I get number added to my rank or not for 2 answers? XLOOKUP and table.
Done.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, put it on the chat as soon as guys you have completed this process, and then it goes for another two. It goes for another 2 points. First 3 answers, actually the first 5.
Done.
I need return status over here. Similarly, we need the manager and the the manager information and the prime information in the same table. Who is the manager and whether this location is prime or not. So basically, we have to add 3 columns in your table, in your order table. One is return status, manager, prime.
Return status.
A quick question. So let's just say this is your total return orders. You wanna check whether there are any duplicate records or not. How can you check this? With a duplicate order ID. Anyone?
Paste
Control F.
special duplicate.
Yep. From Control F, we can also find, I think.
Control S.
F. Find.
But
F.
that is search one particular.
So you will check for each 1000 records.
So we can use the under the data ribbon remove duplicates. I mean,
That's a
and if
removing. I want
right.
to check. I don't want to remove. I want to check. There are 2 things.
Mm,
You go to home, conditional formatting, highlight cell rule, duplicate values. Select your data. So let's say these 2 values are duplicate right now. I've copied and pasted 2 values right now. I go to home, conditional formatting, highlight cell rules, duplicate values. It gives me an option. Sorry, I have to select the table. Let me select the table. Select the column where I have data, home, conditional formatting, highlight cell rules, duplicate values. I give it a color. Every time there is a duplicate value, those 2 values are highlighted, or 3 more than, even if it's more than 2 values. And then I can filter it by color. That's how I can check. If I have to remove
Can you repeat the
duplicates,
steps again? Vivek, can you repeat the steps again?
select the column
Okay.
where you want to check duplicate values. Go to home, conditional formatting, highlight cell rules,
Duplicate values.
duplicate values.
So in this column there are duplicate values. So XLOOKUP will work.
XLOOKUP will always work as long as there is a single value. It will pick the first value if there are duplicates.
Got it.
So for example, region. I know in region I have duplicate values. So if I'll do a home conditional formatting, highlight cell rule, duplicate values. Each region is repeated, hence it's a duplicate. Yeah. All right, thanks, Ranjit. Guys, so this is just to check how to check the duplicate value, but that's not the objective. Right now, our objective is, and let's do it quickly because there are certain things which we want to cover. Get the return status. So basically, I'm doing XLOOKUP for return status on order ID. Returns, sorry, I want to check this order ID and I need the status in return. So I got what all orders has been returned. I can do a filter on returned orders. Similarly for manager, I'll do XLOOKUP. For manager, it's based on region. So look for this region. And based on matching region, give me manager. For prime, I'll repeat the process, or I'll just copy paste this formula, and instead of manager, I change it to prime. Let me know when you guys have done all these three.
What returned status exactly? Where's the column for returned status?
In the return table, just returned yes. You will match it with order ID, and this returned column you will need it in it. So your lookup value will be order ID. You will look for that value. The lookup array will be your order ID in the return table, and return array is the returned column in the return table.
Vivek, can you repeat it again? How to take the return status with XLOOKUP?
Share your formula, share your screen. Let's see what you're doing.
I'm working on laptop separately, but connected on.
Who can show it? Who's working on laptop and not using any other device for sharing screen for Teams? All right, Sandeep Yadav is a volunteer. Okay. Sandeep, you have to teach as well, not just do it.
Okay, so I will try, and based on the understanding, right now we have to do the formula of XLOOKUP from other sheet. Before the lunch break, we are experiencing the same XLOOKUP on the same sheet. So here I will go to cell number Y2, and I will put XLOOKUP bracket open.
Okay.
Then which array I need to select, what I'm looking for. So I'm looking for return of what?
No, you're looking for order ID. You're
Yeah.
looking for order ID.
So
Go back.
So
escape.
Hmm?
If you do an escape, get out of. If you have to do it manually, how would you have done this? How would you have
manually
checked?
Filter?
How?
Equal to, then going to the next sheet and then selecting the value.
No. You would have checked, you have gone to this order sheet, go to the order sheet.
Hmm?
You have to check the order ID for this particular row. What is the order ID? Where is the order ID?
Yeah.
You would have copied this order ID, and then you went. You would have gone to the return sheet to see whether this order ID is there or not.
Okay.
That's how you have done it. So what is your lookup value?
So I need to see from column B that out of these all orders, which orders are returned, correct?
So you will look for each and every order ID, right?
Right. Each and every order ID. So
your
I
lookup
need
value
to
is what? What is the value you're looking?
column
searching.
Column B.
Not column B. Order ID. Current each and every row's order ID. You're looking for single order ID.
I'm done with it.
Right.
So once you check the row number 2, what would be the next step? Let's say you couldn't find it. What would happen in your next step? All right, can you confirm how will you have done it manually? Let me see how you would have done it manually. You don't know XLOOKUP. Now how would have done? How can you validate? You have to check whether these orders are returned or not. How can you do it? Based on your existing knowledge, not the XLOOKUP you learned, but
The returned is not given on the same sheet. It is given on the another sheet.
yes,
Returned yes
it's
or
on
no.
another. Yeah.
Okay.
How will you validate? How will you check whether this order, the order in row number 2, is returned or not? How will you have checked it? Anyone else?
Yeah, can I try?
All right, Mohit.
So Sandeep, go to the order sheet first.
Yeah.
So what do you want? Can you go to the first step? The value which you want.
That's not the question.
Question is without XLOOKUP. Without XLOOKUP, how we can see?
I don't want to learn about
So
it
let
now
me
because it is the faster way.
So let me tell you, because if you don't understand it, otherwise XLOOKUP, you will just kind of memorize it, not understand the XLOOKUP formula. So tell me if we'll do it differently. Now, my boss gave me a list of 50,000 orders, and he wants to confirm whether these orders have returned or not. So I would have copied this from order sheet. I would have gone to the return sheet. I would have Control F, or in the order ID, I would have looked for that order. Isn't it? That's how you would have done it.
Yeah.
Your search for individually or individually each order.
Oh, one more way we can do, we can copy the order ID from the order and paste it in the return in front of the another cell, and we can chronologically filter it from A to Z, and we can match.
Again, not a brilliant idea.
Yeah, not brilliant.
The error chances of error is higher there for that matter. Because if I copy paste it here, so this is what you want, copy paste it like this.
Yeah.
And then sort it. There are 1,000. Here are only 1,000 records. Here you have 51,000 records. You can't match.
Okay.
Not all orders have returned.
Then it is not possible.
Then there is nothing called impossible. It's just that it's not feasible. So you would have looked for individually in this order ID. So my lookup value is order ID. Each order ID is my lookup value. I'm looking for this value. Where I'm looking for this value? I'm looking for in this array, in the order ID of the return table. Isn't it? And if I found a match, let's say there is a match of this. If I found a match of this order ID, this is what I need. So what is an XLOOKUP? That's what XLOOKUP is all about. I'll say XLOOKUP, lookup value. What is the value I'm looking for?
Order ID.
Order ID in return sheet.
My current, not return sheet.
Order ID on the same sheet.
Order ID of the same sheet. Okay.
This is what I'm looking for. where I'm looking for, comma, lookup array, where exactly I'm looking for it. In the return table.
Return table.
Order sheet.
Order ID.
Comma. Now if there is a match, what I need in return? The status. There are only 3 steps, 3 arguments. Don't make it difficult for yourself. Don't try to memorize it. Try and understand it. Memorizing may be easy initially, but understanding will make it easier for entire cycle.
Vivek, can you repeat once?
Which part?
The entire thing, right from the beginning, X lookup where you have selected. Maybe lookup, then lookup array, and then what are the result we are looking at?
Okay, so help me understand this. What exactly, where exactly you're finding a challenge? Which segment, so that I can ensure that this time I cover it in detail.
No, because I have missed in the past. So I was trying it on my sheet, so I missed it. So that's why. So what I'm looking at is currently my lookup value should be according to order ID, right?
What is the objective? What exactly we are trying to achieve here?
We want to see the return status against each order ID.
So if so, what is my lookup value? What?
So we are looking at order ID as a lookup value.
Yes. So this is my lookup value, and for return status, where exactly I'm looking? Where can I find it? Where I'm looking for this?
We have to go to returns.
Yeah. In this column, I'm looking for this value.
Yes. Yes.
In the order ID, so this become my array. And now if I found it, let's just say I found one ID.
Yeah.
Then
Status
what?
returned. Then I will go
then
to
I
status.
Need this.
Yeah. A.
All right.
A,
so
yeah.
This is a 3-step process. No question, confusion about this. So that's what we have to write using the XLOOKUP formula.
Okay.
So equal to XLOOKUP.
Yeah.
What I'm looking for, which is
order
the
ID.
Order ID, comma, where I'm looking for, where I'll find my order ID in the return table. In the order ID column, in the return table.
Yeah.
So comma. Now if I found, if it successfully finds it, then what I need in as an output? I need status.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then bracket close. That's it.
So in terms of when you're writing the formula manually, you are just entering comma. Rest everything is auto picked up.
Not auto picked up. I'm using a mouse selection or keyboard selection. It's not auto picked up. Nothing is auto picked up unless I.
Yeah.
So I'm using right now. I'm using keyboard arrows keys to move.
Okay.
Comma. Then I'm moving to the return table, and that's why I made it a different colors so that you know that I'm changing tables.
Okay.
So hash NA means what does hash NA stands for?
That particular value was not found in the returns.
Basically, it's not returned, right?
Yeah.
So what I can do is I can, in order to get rid of the formula, it's again out of, you may choose to ignore it, but I can write a formula, another formula. If error, and then XLOOKUP, if there is an error in finding this XLOOKUP value, so if error, there is an error in finding this XLOOKUP formula, comma, then return blank. How I can define blank? Double quotes twice without anything. So you wrote your XLOOKUP formula. Once you wrote your XLOOKUP formula, come to the before XLOOKUP, type if error. Once you typed if error bracket start, then you go towards the end after the bracket, comma, double quotes twice, bracket close. Do it stepwise, it will be easy. First, you type your XLOOKUP formula. XLOOKUP, order ID, go to return table, order ID, give me the return status. Once you have typed the formula, then modify it, come before XLOOKUP, after equal to, type if error, bracket start, come to the end, comma, just put double quotes twice, bracket close.
Abhishek, sorry, Vivek, so sorry. In place of blank, if you put a dash, then
Yeah, it's
it will
fine.
give a
It's fine.
hyphen, right? Something like that.
Yeah, so so double quotes, hyphen, double quote. It's up to you.
I mean, typically, what has happened if I have left the cell blank, sometimes the message goes that it is a fill in the blanks and there's some value to be entered.
Yeah, it's up to you. But I prefer blanks again. So it's up to you. In double quotes, you can type your name or not returned.
Okay. Anything, any text would go, right?
Any text would
Anything.
go. Valid, not returned, whatever you may want to call it, you can put it in double quotes. So let me do it for manager. XLOOKUP for manager, I need region. So I can say it XLOOKUP region. For in this region, give me this manager. And I do it prime. Are we done? So Ranjit has done it. Ranjit, status, you have done it for do it for manager and prime. If you have not, Ranjit Singh. Let's quickly finish this activity, guys, so that we can move to the next. And put it on the chat as soon as you're done. And those who are don't want to do if error right now, it's fine. It's okay. If you're not comfortable, not a problem. You can do it later. So don't spend time here. Rather, I would recommend just do XLOOKUP for manager and prime as well. All right, yes for manager, do it for the prime as well. Gaurav?
Yeah, Vivek, I'm doing it. I'm getting a spill error in return.
All right, let's see your screen. Let's see what's
Yeah,
happening.
just
And just one more time, guys, if you're finding issues or you're not facing problems, please highlight. I can't see your screen, so I won't be able to help unless you do it. All right, let's type your formula here. Start typing. I'll tell you what is the problem you're doing.
Is it the right way?
No. Select the just one order ID of the current row.
Okay.
And that's why you're getting a spill error.
Was it like we do it and we look up like this?
Which is not recommended, but yeah, comma.
And go to return. Again, select one ID.
Okay, you not one ID. So two things. Actually, your table is not formatted properly.
Okay.
Because it says column 2 and column 3 because you did not check the option my table has headers. Anyway, doesn't matter. Now you select from row 2, row number 2, just below the header, and then Control Shift down. That's it. Why your table is not formatted properly, my friend. Do an escape. Go back to your returns. Convert into range first. Select the table, convert into range. We'll have to do this.
The system is getting hanged, so I'm not able to move around.
Yes, Vivek, even my Excel gets hanged the moment I run this formula. Is this normal, or is there some error because there's nothing happening?
Yeah, stuck.
Okay, as in the moment you were running this formula,
It hangs. Yeah, that's why I'm not able to move to the manager and prime columns. I've only finished the return status till there.
What is your RAM? Do a Control Shift Escape. Gaurav, you also do a Control Shift Escape. Maybe this file size is too big for your memory. Excel. Click on More Details. Your CPU usage is pretty high.
I also have almost similar usage of Excel, and I'm also getting a spell error, same as Gaurav.
Spill error. It's because it's
It's
trying.
for the table format.
No, not for table format. Spill error is the way you're selecting it. Actually, you have to cancel. Do the end task for the Excel. It's not going to recover.
Okay.
Okay, guys. I'm not sure why you chose to do this, but it has to be whenever you're doing a selection. Spill error happens instead of one input. This is an input. Your order ID is an input. Instead of one order ID, I'm providing the entire order ID. This is where the spill happens. that it is going to do it for all the rows in one go. And that's why it's important you select this one value. Otherwise, your memory will go for toss. The array, so XLOOKUP has three parts. Lookup value, lookup array, return array. Where it says array, there you provide more than one cell, because array means range, table. When it says lookup value, it has to be a single value. And when you're saying single value, your formula should read at the rate if you're using a table, otherwise single cell.
Wait, can I share my screen? I'm really struggling for this formula.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, 1 second.
Gaurav, let me know once you restart your Excel.
Please confirm if you're able to see my screen.
Yeah.
Okay, so return status was done. Now I've moved to manager, so X lookup. Then I pick the order ID. Right?
No, manager doesn't have order ID. Which table you're looking for manager? Which table has manager information? Do an
People.
escape.
Region.
Escape.
Region.
Do
People.
escape.
People.
First do an escape.
Yeah,
Do
done,
escape.
done. Okay.
Now,
done.
Which table has manager information?
People.
People, does it have order ID?
No.
So
Region.
on which, so you will select it based on region, right? In your order table, the common column is region. So
Right.
you don't do it on order ID. You do it, now you repeat the same step on region.
Lookup value is region.
Lookup value, no, this is lookup array. This is not lookup value. Where is, where you want to?
So the question is that we want to find the manager, right?
Escape.
Probably I've not understood the question correctly.
What is required here?
So we want to find the manager of who has given the order for a particular order, right?
Yeah.
Did I understand this correctly?
Yes. So how can I do that? Because it's the manager information has, the manager table has region in it. So I can do it on region. So what is my lookup value now?
Region.
Good. Region of what? People table or order table? There are two regions.
Order table.
So why you are coming to the region table to select the lookup value?
Sorry. So region here is
AM, column AM.
Column M. Okay.
AM. Yeah, column M, sorry. So type XLOOKUP. Then hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, do a square bracket. Press the square bracket. Then add the rate, type add the rate. Now select region. Type R.
Sorry. I will do this one second. Right.
Region selected. And then square bracket close.
Okay.
Comma. You didn't start your bracket XLOOKUP, the small bracket you didn't start. There is no small bracket.
I was putting it, I think probably it was misunderstood. I need to replace it by square bracket.
So basically, now you're so using table, you can do this, or you can do the mouse selection. Does both same, both meanings same. So you're saying at the rate region means current row region.
Right.
Okay, comma. Now where you want to look for this? Where is that?
In the people
in the people. Yeah. So you go to people worksheet.
And this one.
This is your array. So you select down. Yes. Comma. Now what do you need in return?
The manager name.
Yeah. Yeah. So you select that.
That's it, right? Okay.
Similarly, you do it for prime. Just copy paste the formula for prime and copy this, paste that. Now do instead of manager in the table in the formula where it says manager,
This becomes prime.
yeah, you change that to prime.
Okay. Got it.
So ideally it should not hang unless you gave incorrect instruction. That's where the CPU usage is pretty high because CPU means it's processing. Your processor is doing all the hard work. So it's trying to process your step. Gaurav, are you able to do it now or still finding issues?
I'll load my file.
Are you loading it?
You see this now?
Yeah, Soumya, can you guide him quickly?
So issue was in terms of formatting this.
Hold on. No, not formatting. It's again your table is not formatted. Convert into range. Convert this into range, or you do a Control Z. Let's do a Control Z. Do one more time. One more time. Let's go to the step where you format it as a table, and I'll tell you where you missed.
So I do
Control
this.
Z. Keep on. No. Do a Control Z. Undo all the steps. Till the time you reach that step where you format it as a table. Now hold on. Just now. So transform it to a table. Do a Control T. You have not shared your window. Sorry, desktop. I can't see any pop-up message. Okay, good. No. Cancel. Control Z. Select any cell, single cell. You don't have to do entire selection. Just any cell and then Control T.
Yeah.
Right now there is an option for my table has headers. That was checked. Now go to returns and then perform the same step. Control T.
Okay.
Now,
okay. Got it.
This option you were missing.
Yeah.
Right?
I got it.
Because Excel not every time recognize it whether your table has header. Select single cell. Yeah. So this is first thing you were missing, and that's why you were very high on memory because Excel was processing everything. Now let's add return status here. So let's do return status equal to, yeah. What we are looking for, we're looking for comma.
Now I can select
We're looking for not from the node, from the second row.
Okay.
Yeah, Control Shift down. Header is not part of your data search, right? Comma, and then your go up. No, go up. Go to the first row using control mouse control up. Do a control up. Now one step down with the mouse. Yeah, Control Shift down. Yeah, bracket close.
It's closed now. Can I?
Yeah. Bracket close.
Oh.
So now you have NAs, and then you will scroll down for some values. You will have yes.
Yeah.
Right. Let's do it for manager quickly.
We're looking at add
Now
region.
this time what we are looking for? What we are looking
Region.
for? Region. So we'll select the region here. So what you can do instead, you can start a bracket, square bracket, type a square bracket. Square bracket. Now add the rate, type add the rate. And then R, because it's region. So R, you select region here, double click or tab. Square bracket close. Now this is
Comma.
what lookup value, comma. Now where are you looking for this?
People.
People, and the people, go to people, and in this, yeah. So you select Control Shift down.
Shift down.
In the table 10 region, comma, and if found, what do we need as an
Name.
output? So it's again you select, yeah. Control Shift down.
Bracket close.
And bracket close.
Okay.
Similarly, now copy this formula, paste it in the prime. And now where it says manager, you change it to
Prime.
prime. That's it.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome. All right, so moving to the next, then now we have to quickly summarize this. Now we got data, 50,000 records, actually to be. So what was the question, that how what all orders returned? So I'm just using it for right now, just to make it look nice. So I'll insert a pivot. Put return status in the rows.
Vivek, your screen
Vivek, your
is
screen
not
is
visible. I think you've not shared your screen.
I did. Let me reshare. Can you see it now?
Yes, we can.
yes, now it is.
All right. So once I have done this, I insert a pivot. Okay. So where is my, let me sort it by A to Z. So my sales, my total sales is this. How can I get returned? What's the simplest way to get a returned sales? Is I'll put return status as slicer. And I'll select yes. It will give return status, return sales for overall. And if I need it by manager, then I'll drag and drop manager into rows. There is this hash NA value. What does this mean?
This is a number.
So the manager corresponding to is not available. The name is not
It's
available.
not available. So if I have to see
source.
what is that, who is that manager, what I can do is I can double click on this. It adds a sheet with that data where manager is hash. So I can see which region. It's a Canada region. So I can come here and there is no Canada region over here. You double click on the value. You will get a sheet with that table with filtered value. So there is no Canada region. So what I can do is I can add Canada into my people table. So let me add this. And I'm writing my name here. And it's a prime location. What do you think? It's updated?
It should ideally.
It will update the table, my source table. Now I have Vivek over here, but
It will
pivot is
not
not
update
updated.
the X lookup.
Sorry?
It will not update the X lookup.
The X lookup will update. So now I have manager Vivek.
Okay.
The moment I add in my table, that's the benefit of a table.
Okay, it's a
Remember
table.
I told you?
Right, right.
It's a table, so automatically it updated, but my pivot is not updated. So for updating a pivot, either a right click, refresh, then it's updated. So in case if your pivot is not showing you updated results, you right click and you hit refresh. And still you're not getting an updated result, which means you check the source. So you click on a pivot, you go to analyze, and then you check the source, whether your source contains all the data or not. So far, so good.
Yeah.
Okay, so next question is what percentage, how many orders? So these are individual orders. Each record is one order. What percentage of the order count of records? I'm not talking about amount sold, quantity sold, or I'm not talking about sales sold, but what is the percentage of prime location and what is the percentage of non-prime location? How will you calculate this if you have to do it manually?
Probably first identifying how many values we have in all, how many of them are yes, how many of them are no, and then taking a percentage out of it.
Okay.
That's a manual way.
Let's do it right now. So I copy paste. I'll copy paste this pivot in a new sheet. I'll remove manager. So I have prime, put it in the rows. Yes, no. How can I get a count of yes and no? How many records for yes? How many records for no? The answer is pretty simple. Either I can straight away put the prime the text field into values. By default, it will give me the count. Now, how can I convert it into percentage? Because I needed percentage.
From the, copying it once again, then from the drop down box there. Yes, click on
Value
it.
field settings.
Yeah.
Settings.
This time I'm doing on count.
The value as percentage of.
Percent of column total.
So 52% orders recorded. Gone to the prime, non-prime location, and 47% prime location. So you can perform mathematical operations, at least the count and the percentage, all that using pivots quickly. So yesterday you asked, day before yesterday, I guess Soumya asked what is the difference between percentage of the column total and percentage of overall total.
Right. So as a percentage of column total and a percentage of grand total, what is the difference between the two?
Yeah. So there is a segment and let's say quantity. I have this, and then let's me put market. Okay, or let me switch. I'll put segment here, market here. This is a table. This is total order quantity by each market, customer segment and the market, right? So 5503 orders or products were sold in Africa market for customer segment, consumer. This is what it is.
Right.
So what I can do is, if I'll do a show value as percentage of column total. Now what is this 5.97 means? 5.97. What I will divide it here, which value I'll divide, what is my denominator to get 5.97?
So 5503 divided by 92,157.
This one?
Yes.
This is your, so this you will get that how consumer is distributed among
Across regions.
different markets. Yeah,
Yes.
different regions, right? But let's say I want how in Africa, how the products segments are distributed. So what I will do is I'll go to value field settings, and this time I'll say row total. Now, where I'm getting this 52.09, what's the formula for this?
So it's 5503 divided by 10564.
Right? So in consumer overall, how much product we are selling? 51%. Followed by corporate, followed by home office. So depending on how you want to see your, and in here what I'm looking at is which market we are selling the most. If I do a percentage of row total, show value as percentage of row total, then I'm changing the denominator from this to this. Question?
So sorry if I misunderstood here. So my question was, what is the difference between column total and grand total? So does
I'm coming
grand
to that.
total?
So now I'm doing grand column total. Sorry. Value field settings. Grand total. Now what is this 14.13? How I can get 14.13?
Oh, so it's 5503 divided by 178312.
Yes.
Okay. So it doesn't really then stick to the grand total of the respective parameter, but
Yes,
of the
it
entire
goes to-
data set.
Yes.
Okay.
That's where you play with. So quickly you can do actually all these calculation without applying formulas in pivot.
Vivek, can you just do a column total here now? As we are in grand total, can you move back to column total? Okay. So now it's 5503 and 10564.
No.
No, 92. Okay, column total. Sorry.
Column
92157. Yeah.
This is 100%.
And if you do a row total, then it is 5503 divided by 10564. Okay, got it.
And if I do a grand total, then 5503 divided by 178,312.
Yeah, got it.
Okay. You guys have 10 minutes.
Yes.
I wanted to show you a few more things which you might not be able to practice right now, but can be recorded as we are recording the session. So that you can practice later, but I want to show you in pivots itself the visualization aspect because we couldn't cover that so far. All right. So yesterday, So everyone is fine with it? Anyone has any meeting or call to attend or have a hard cutoff at 4?
No, we are fine.
Great. So one visualization aspect we learned yesterday was to the data bars. But when you have grid-like structure, so data bar works best when you have single like this. So data bars helps there if it's not sorted. So data bar helps there. But when you have grid-like structure, when you have columns and rows and grid-like structure, their data bar may not be really helpful. There you can use this color scales, especially we call it more of a heat mapping. So depending on what helps you to tell a story, you pick those color scales, and this works beautifully, especially when you have more number of fields. For example, if I'll do instead of segment, I have date. So now which month has overall highest selling? Kind of difficult to say. So what I can do is select this home, conditional formatting, color scale, and I'll pick. Yeah. Let's pick this. So which month has the on an average highest volume?
December, seems like December,
Yeah.
November.
Basically last three after September onwards, usually your volumes get picked up or sales getting picked up, and then you can filter it by year. So I add as a slicer. So for each year, it looks like it's the same trend. So quickly using your another aspect of this is then we call it slicer. So you select, you go to insert, then you have a slicer. It asks for what is your data range. This is my data range. And there, this is where location is 29. So I click OK. And I get a smaller line graph looking. Which is more of an indicative of a trend. Depending on do you also noticing one more change? So value field settings, no pivot table options, auto fit. This is one of the irritating feature of Excel is that your pivot auto fit happens. Pivot table option, auto fit. This slicer is interacting with this, but not with this. Can you notice? Different years should have different level of sales. And how can you check that? As you go to select the slicer, report connection. Now these many pivots you have created. pivot table 2, 5, 6, 7. Right now this slicer is interacting with pivot table 7. Where is this pivot table 7? Sheet 4. Okay, this sheet 4. 6 and 5 are also in sheet 4. So where are these? Which all table is 5 and 6? So just like your table, your pivot table also have a name. Each pivot table has a name which you can change. So I can name it as prime location. Similarly, this is what market customer, and this is market year. So if I'll go to the slicer settings, select on the slicer, go to slicer, report connection. Now I can see this slicer is interacting. This checkbox means to what it's connected. So it's connected with market year, but it's not connected with market customer, or it's not connected with prime location. And if I'm selecting, you can see it's not changing. So before I make this change, let me pivot table option, auto fit, and check. So I can control what all pivot table it will filter. Now do you see it's change happening in all 3 pivots? So using slicers, multiple slicers and conditional formatting, I can make a very interactive looking experience. So customer name, product name, region, what do we share? Ship mode. Let's add ship mode, right click, add as a slicer. Go to slicer setting, make it 2 rows. Expand it. Again, this is not interacting with these 2. So I'll click on the slicer, report connection. Click OK. So you can quickly analyze your large data using pivots, and then you can make it interactive. Any questions here? None? Okay. Second is, when it comes to visualization, we do graphs. So you can create graphs out of pivot as well. And it's pretty straightforward. You can select any cell on the pivot and you can go to insert and you click on recommended charts. And you get charts based on you can then choose to select what all elements you want to show inside your charts. So let's say any element you can individually select. Using mouse, you can individually select. So these buttons, if you don't need this, you can right click and hide all value, right click, hide all buttons. Second, access, you don't need it. You select and you can click delete. What you don't need, you can select and delete it. And these charts are, if you'll create a chart on a pivot, your charts will be interactive depending on how your data is sorted. That's one. Second is your chart elements. You can modify your chart elements. What is the, if you have to format a cell, what is the keyboard shortcut to get the format cell?
Control 1.
Control 1.
Similarly, if you have to, similarly, if to format chart, control 1. You get format chart option. And depending on what you select, you get options for that. So for example, I've selected this axis, I'm getting format axis option. If I've selected this title, I'm getting format. And from drop down if I've selected data series, I get option 2, format data series. So you have to play with these options. Actually, it's very difficult to cover what happens with what selection, but you have to select it. The idea is you have to select it. If you don't select it, nothing will change. If you want to format, you have to select it. And the simplest way of creating any chart from Excel is, so you guys have this home ideas, or what it says, this lightning mark, ideas or analyze data. What do you have under home? Do you have this lightning?
Yeah, we do have ideas.
Ideas. So the best part about ideas is that it is again another form of machine learning. So inside any table, you select any cell inside a table and you want to quickly do insights. You go to home, you click on that ideas. It will take some time to run its algorithm.
For this, we have to click anywhere in the sheet, or
Table.
we have to select anywhere.
Anywhere in the table.
Yeah.
So it will run its own machine learning algorithm, and since data size is huge right now, it's going to take some more time, but the result is worth wait. Now I got this. Yep, thanks, Ranjit. So it has actually produced some interesting looking. So for example, which table, which subcategory has the lower profit? I can, if I click on insert pivot chart over here, I get an additional sheet with a pivot with a well formatted chart.
Ready-made, what do you say?
Ready-made, yes, ready-made. I can use it. This is a really professionally looking chart, which I can straight away go ahead and use it in a presentation.
It is same like design ideas in PowerPoint.
Yes, but this is more than that. It actually
Yeah,
tells you the
it's more than that.
trend and all that. And the best part, you can ask questions. Top 3 managers by sales. Here you go. And I do insert a pivot table. I get a pivot table with top 3 manager, and then I can do a show field list, and I can filter it by, let's just say, product segment, add as a slicer. So for consumer, so without much of an effort, using ideas, you can actually generate insights, not just insights, visualization. You click here and then you get suggestion along with pivot chart. It's really cool actually.
So Vivek, one question. So hello.
Yeah.
So this will be we can this can apply only on the tables, not on the normal data sheets.
It will apply on the normal data sheets, but the only limitation or not
Yeah,
limitation,
better results
it's just that
will be
any
table only.
new results, any new data points, if you do it on table, any new data points will be automatically considered. While in the regular table, it won't. You have to run it again.
Because we are making a table. Table is working with this. Yeah, got it.
Table has a auto range feature, so it will always shift if there are new records added. So that's the benefit. Otherwise, it works exactly the same. You should have a proper table, and ideas will actually save a lot of time and effort, especially when you want to quickly do analysis.
Right.
Right, and if you don't know how to create charts and all that, so you can create ideas and then you can work on modifying it, work with modification, and at times you don't need to modify it. Right? Any questions? And once you've created all this, you can actually change the way. So instead of sum of sales, you can have quantity. So you can keep on changing. You can keep on making changes, and it will work like just normal pivot.
Yeah, so what I understood, once it's into pivot, we can do a number of changes.
Yeah, and then it's regular pivot.
Yeah. Once we are using it, it becomes a normal pivot table. The workable.
So top five country by profit or sales. So this is my top 5 country, insert pivot table. And now I need product, which all product within this country. So what I can do is I can put product name into segment. What all segment? So I can drag and drop columns. So you can view it the way you want it. By the way, how it did a top 5, it's you click on this filter icon next to your pivots, this value filters, top 10, where you can define top 5 by sum of sales. Click OK, it will give you top 5. If you need it by product name, so let's say top 5 products you want, value, top 10, top 5. Top and bottom. So you can do many stuff. So top 5 products in each country. And if you do a value field settings and it's dynamic, show field list, customer segment, add as a slicer. Depending on the filter selection, you will get your top 5s always. So pivot will help you a lot, especially you want to quickly do data analysis, transformation. So the only thing which is required is that if your data is in multiple table, you bring it into one table. And then you start analyzing it. And how you can bring it in one table is XLOOKUP. One of the ways. Okay. Questions? I'm hoping you guys are listening and that's why it's silence and not
No,
A
closed
lot
off.
to actually a lot to absorb. So I think once we
Yeah.
do our hands-on, then probably we'll
So
have questions.
yes, most likely by tomorrow you will have the recording. So I understand we couldn't get chance to practice this part of it. So, but you know, in one go, you will never be able to practice everything. I hardly use all of this in one report. So in some report, I use some of the features, and some report I use some of the features. Right? So it's the idea is to practice. So hence that's why my offer still stands. Let me know if you guys are still interested. Next Friday. Sorry, someone is saying anything? No. Yeah, next Friday is what we can. So you let me know the time. You can put it on the chat collectively, whatever is comfortable, 1 hour, where we can quickly discuss your challenges, or it's more of a follow-up session of what we did right now. What say? Does it? How many are actually looking forward to that session? Just, I don't want to have my hopes high, but post lunch usually people are anyway least skeptical. But yeah, around this time is as in 12-ish.
12 to 1, I think,
So
is a good idea because it's before lunch and also we've done some of the urgent things of the day in the morning.
yeah, that's what I think is also the case. So I've just sent you a link for the feedback form. I would recommend if you guys can fill it right now, because that you know, I'll do it later. That later never comes. So feedback is important because that helps me to make my sessions more meaningful. So every time we can do it. So Mohit, that's not a challenge. We can decide on the timing maybe by Monday or Tuesday.
I just checked the calendar, so there's
Yeah.
fixed meeting at 1. So please plan accordingly.
Yeah,
So 12 to 1 is okay, Mohit?
12 to 1 is okay.
So the WhatsApp group is also going to be live till that time, so we can use that.
Sure,
so
sure.
Where we can find the most of the participants availability. Otherwise, feel free to get in touch. It's not that you can be in touch with me at that point in time. So you have my blogs, and in my blog there is a link to a group which is actually for primarily I created this group to facilitate any problem solving. So if you have, so you can join this BI simplified group. So if you have any issues, you can actually put it there. It's a WhatsApp group. Not much of activity is happening right now, but I'm planning to initiate a few things there. So, but this primarily is for asking questions, forum where you can ask questions that this is my problem, how can we solve it? So you can go to my blog, you can you can join me on LinkedIn. So stay connected. It's always good to know what's happening. So in my signature, you will find the link to the website, just in case. So the next step for this is that there will be an assessment. I'll sending you the post assessment, and then overall scores will be calculated, and accordingly it will be shared. So certificates will also shared accordingly. So I'll be sharing post assessment link by Monday. Right,
Okay.
so the forum is open to you guys. If you have any questions, any feedback, any points you want to put it across, it's your time now. I'm done.
I think no questions, Vivek, but really would like to thank you for all the effort, the time, and all the guidance that you've provided in the last 3 sessions. Definitely, this is something we were looking for, and many of the aspects were, uncovered, which we were never exposed to. So I think definitely a big add-on to what we already knew, and most of them are practical. So and definitely it's all about practice and how much can we retain. But definitely, whatever you've told is aligned to our needs and will help us in making our data analysis more crisp and more relevant to the questions we want to address to the data analysis. So a big thank you to you.
Thank you. Thanks, Wayne. Thank you for your candid feedback. I'm glad you guys find it useful.
Thanks, Vivek, for these 3 days, and definitely more practice will raise more queries, and we need to learn more based on our practice actually, because then only we can actually face the problems which are there. So these 3 days were wonderful for us to learn specifically. The keyboard shortcuts is one of the things which I will definitely try to learn more and more ahead, because this actually saves the time. Thank you for your session.
I'm glad it's more. I would recommend more than keyboard shortcuts. There are other things as well, so focus on that as well. I'll share email with you guys with all the useful links which I find I use it. So for further studies, it's as you said, and there is always learning. So it's more of a starting point to everyone. Great. Any other thing? Have you guys done the feedback? I'm assuming I have not checked it actually. So never stop learning. I never did. It's been 15 years now. I'm still learning. Within the session, I learn. From you guys, I learn. So that's my motto to you guys as well. Never stop learning. All right, if nothing else, then thank you so much for joining in. Hope to see you on next Friday for our catch up.
Sure, thank
you. Sure, buddy.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, Soumya.
Thank you. Thank you, Vivek.
Thank you, Vivek. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Rajendra.
Thank you, Vivek. Thank you so much.